morning. Good morning. Most beautiful morning indeed. Good morning. It's actually good observation. When everybody around you has truly lost it in your stability, they're gonna lose it some more. We got tea today. Yeah, you heard that right. We went with tea instead of coffee. Be real, 85. Oh, oh. What did I lose? I lost my care for everybody else's misunderstanding about me. Because I knew my mother's voice, and I know the attunement of love. See, love is patient. Patient. Patient in what? Patient in suffering? Nah. Patient to react. Never let the other person at the table know all the cards in your hand. So if I put on some clothing and attire that confuses you and makes you think I lost, please, please continue to view me and estimate me the way you do. This is a mentality to have, a perspective towards life. Allow yourself to be underestimated. Allow the other person to perceive that what they think about you is correct. Because when the time matters, they're going to be the ones scratching their head in a sore situation, and you would have skedaddled out of it. Last time I checked, a poker face meant that the individual sitting across the room from me, they couldn't tell what I'm thinking. They couldn't see if I was happy because of the cards I got in my hand. Oh, hold on, let me be real literal. Because of the cards that I have in my hands. I'm not supposed to say if I'm happy or sad. No, it's a poker face. So just by appearances, I'm aware of people's judgment. Now, I ain't trying to stop people's judgment. I want to encourage it because it tells me exactly what their mind is all about. It tells me what they know, it tells me the limits of their abilities and also the rapid mouth movement from person to person. It tells me who their friends are. You see, in this world, people are not going to tell you who your friends are. They're going to lie to you. They're going to play you. They're going to scheme you, just like they did to your parents. Mm-hmm. Well, I stood behind my mother my entire life, and I fortified her. I watched where other people played my mother, and I stood behind her, and I reinforced her when she was dead and gone. Brain cancer is what it comes down to, chemo and all that. But when she was no longer around, who did I have to protect? My wife kicked me to the curb. My daughters died. Who do I have to help out and say, yo, look out for that moron? You. That's my family. If you want to be family, I've told some people, hey, yo, fam, what's up, fam? What's up, bro? What's up, sis? And they're like, whoa, stay away. You could be a friend, but I'm not about that fam stuff. That's okay. That's fine for those that feel that way. That's cool. We be friends. Or just see each other across the way. See, in groups that we get within to train an individual, you've heard of the word grooming. This is what different organizations in the world do, from politics to religion to a business with employees that pays you money so you can get what you want in life. And they groom you. Now, I could care less what they think, say. I've seen what they do, and I've been a part, and I've been in those jobs, and I've been around those individuals, and they groom you for your mind to be subjective and subjected to the authorities that they choose to put in your pathway. That authority doesn't have to be a uniform of red and blue. It could have been a movie ticket you paid $29.95 to go see. And so to be aware of people's repetitive actions that cause your mind to be isolated, they tell you don't look at that information, it's dangerous. Why is the information dangerous? It's just information. If you're so real about life being physical, I don't see no miracles happening, well, then what is so wrong with me finding out some information? Hmm? That's what they tried to do so that the scientists would never emerge. If the scientists didn't emerge, then there'd be nobody to fact check the motherfuckers writing up some kooky ass books, telling everybody to follow that way, beating people and subjecting them in flesh and in mind. So when somebody underestimates you, when somebody judges you, welcome that. Appreciate that. Take note of that. Don't challenge it. Because when you challenge it, then everybody pushes back and says, no, 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 that's not happening. But when you keep your mouth shut, when you keep your poker face on, and they don't know the gig is up, well, then you just taking notes. And then all of a sudden you connect all them dots and you see what's going on, regardless of what somebody's going to tell you. Who are you? Who is I? Who am I? I walk into a group and the group's been together for 10 plus years. They got Willy Nilly, the sister, aunt, and Jimmy, Janny, Jockey. They all fuck each other's cousin. I don't know what the hell's going on in there, but I know I'm the odd man out. I already know that walking into any situation. I am the odd one out. I do not have the favor. I get that. That's why I got to be aware of my environment. I got to be aware of what people are doing. They could tell me they love me all day, but if they throw in sass, being sarcastic, and using remarks that tear me down, then I know the state of their heart. And whether they want to treat me good or not, it is not in their capability to do so. So I'm done with them. I just wash my hands. Hell, here's a gift. Let's smoke a cigarette, enjoy being friends. But it's time for me to move on, brah. Sis. It doesn't have to end in disaster. It doesn't have to be a parting of ways through disaster. I have found in my life that the problems that wind up happening for me are situations that I saw up front, but I ignored it on purpose. I ignored it because I saw a fun time. I saw this, I saw that, I saw some desire of the flesh or something that I wanted that I didn't need. And I ignored they're not tall tale signs, they're subtle signs because manipulating aggressors perform actions that look so loving and sound so nice. God damn, they dressed the part too. Always pressed, not ever freaking wrinkle. Sheesh. But that's the reality of our day and age and where we're at. Is our parents dealt with these things. And a lot of those really good parents or grandparents, whoever one may or may not have had in their life, they went through a lot much more than we did. And it's up to us to clear the track for the next generation. It's you who can make a difference. You could have an idea, create a program, and all of a sudden it goes viral, and now you're syndicated, and bam, you're the next big thing. And you're doing nothing but sending out positive vibes, information, how to keep fit with your body, your mind, whatever the case, whatever you're into, whatever your art, whatever your passion. Who's going to be the next thing? What's the guy's name? I'm sorry. Somebody could type it. The dude who did all the paint, Bob Ross, man. Who's going to be the next painter for our generation? Because all I see is a bunch of funny videos online making fun of the guy. That dude was an inspiration to people, bro. Gave people something to do. When my mom was alive, there was a certain point, and I knew she wasn't doing good from before I was born. And so I spent my life helping her get better in every aspect I could. And at one point I asked her, I said, Mom, I said, what do you like to do in life? She was like, I watch TV or whatever. I said, no, like, what's a hobby? You play a video game or read books or like, what's your hobby? And by the end of her life, she found out what she loved to do. And she'd go out front, she'd go in the yard every day and she'd stand there with the water hose and she'd water that yard for freaking 30, 40, 50 minutes. I don't know. She'd just sit there and water the yard just with the hose in her hand. That's what she liked to do. She found peace, she found solace in it. And we had a neighbor unknowingly across the street. And the neighbor worked at the college that was down the road. And she didn't just work there. She was a freaking whatever the proper name, professor, whatever. She was a head artist. Like she taught painting. Like that was her thing. That was her specialty. That was like ah. She she spent so many days. I don't know how many days it was, but it was not. It was it was many days. And she painted my mother watering the grass and brought it over and gave it to her. She found what brought her some happiness. She found something to fill her time, and that's what you can do. You can inspire people how to fill their time. And yeah, the young ones, they got a million gajillion things to go do, man. They living it and hollering it and all good, good. But while I do talk about the next generation coming up, there are our elders. There are those who are our grandparents who were before us who need our help, who need our inspiration because they worked their ass off and they fought many a fine fight. And we're only starting to wake up to realize what those kind of fine fights are. And now, what's their hobby? They ain't got no fight to fight. They're chilling out. It's time to relax. They'll do what they do. And when you spent your whole life fighting a war, you spent your whole life working a job, when that gig is over, when that portion of the journey and adventure is done with, you're left kind of twiddling your thumbs, wondering what you're going to do. I'm bored every day. You turn on the dumb news. Yep, bad stuff, blowing up. Yep, people got accident. Yep, blah, 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 every single darn day. That ain't no life. But they could be inspired by you. Who knows what you have to bring to the table? And the only way you're going to do that is to pay attention at the people around you. Pay attention to the way they speak, how sharp their words come. They could be nice words. They could be like, oh, no, I'm okay. Oh, I just upset at something else. Every day you're upset at something else? I don't think that's happening. I think you're upset at me. And you just enjoy having me around to pick on and say things and snap on. You know, been around that too much. I spent my time doing that. I'm done with all that. I just walk away from that. And everybody else who displays that attitude, awareness. Awareness is the key that unlocks your door to eternity. Eternity. What are you talking about? What the heck? By being aware of something, your subconsciousness, it starts working on it. If you hear about something and it bugs your heart, it makes your heart just go and just your brain is going to work on that issue until it's done. You're not going to lose sight of it. You might think you forgot about it, but your soul never lost sight on fulfilling and getting past what you just found out, what you're aware of. And in prayer, ceremonial supplication, sending up an awareness to the divines up above. Well, all that information, because you're aware of it, your spirit's aware of it, that information goes up too, whether you mention it specific or not. Awareness is the key that unlocks the door to eternity. Eternity of being able to make a new decision every day. Do I want to go this way? I like this. This is nice. This don't seem so good. Let me change direction. I'll go this way. If you're aware of it, you can open a door and get out. If you're not aware, you're stuck in a room and you don't know which way out. It's kind of like a buddy. I had a buddy. He bought a tent. Not just a tent. He bought a teepee, a legit, awesome, full blown teepee, poles and everything. This dude's, he's like, I think up in his 60s, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 50s at this point. He's up there at this point in his life. He buys his teepee. It's in the middle of the night, and the dude's got to use the bathroom. So what do? You go outside, take a leak. Dude can't find the door. Everything looks the same because it's dark. It's pitch dark. Like, dude's like, he sold the TV the next day. If you're not aware of where the door is, you can't even walk through it. You don't know where it is. And the only way you can truly know is to act like a fool, is to act like you don't know what's happening. Is that person doing that thing that's bothering you? Don't say nothing. Just pay attention to it. And formulate your plan. Formulate what's going to happen. Formulate your action that you're going to take in which that situation is never going to happen again. See, people often make mention, oh, you're playing chess, oh, it's a fight, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. Oh, look, in my mind, in my world, I don't fight with nothing. I conquer it. Either I'm going to heal it, help it come to life, or I'm just going to conquer it. I don't care. Now, what counts as conquering? Does it mean I defeated them? I hurt them? No. Conquering means that they are no longer an obstacle within my path. I've conquered that obstacle. It's no longer an obstacle to me. We may be all in the same room, and that event, that person, that thing is an obstacle to someone else in the room, but it's not an obstacle to me because I've already analyzed and seen it for what it is. By getting involved emotionally and verbally every time the fray or the situation happens, it's just perpetuating the same Groundhog Day effect. The same event is just looping over and over and over. And that's what the other person, it's not what they want. They just don't know this is how they live. They've developed this cultural lifestyle of true, pure chaos. And so to be able to see that, one must stop interacting with it and observe it. Because by ceasing to interact with that object, that conflict, that issue, that person, then you can actually see what their nature is. You can see what they're going to do without being interrupted by you. That's what I learned about myself. All my actions trying to explain myself, trying to say, no, I'm correct, no, you're wrong, no, this, no, that, and blah, 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 blah. It all spurned more continuance of just that chaos. And so I had to remove myself and I had to just observe it and see what nature is. See, like, think of a bonsai tree. The little Japanese trees, the little trees, they have to do things that are unnatural in order to create that legitimate tree. It's man's creation in what normally is a bonsai tree. Sometimes they happen in nature, but they're very, very rare. But if you just sit back and you watch a tree grow, then you can see what the tree's nature is rather than controlling it every single way. Because when you control something, eventually it's going to do something that's going to break your control, and that's going to cause problems. That's going to cause the meltdown that destroys the whole project. And that's when I realized that in my younger years, when people really, they underestimated me, they didn't value me, they didn't see me for my worth. Man, it bugged me. It ticked me off. It really irritated me for a good long while. And then I started to pay attention as I started to not try to be around the wrong people, as I actually started separating and just removing myself from the wrong types of people that I knew were not healthy to my life and what I wanted to be and who I am. And that's when I could see that those people were, they, number one, they never truly had my favor in mind. So if they didn't have my favor, then they were putting themselves first. They were putting someone else first in their actions, in their talks, in their deeds. Being able to identify greediness in another person is so essential. So essential. You ever had that friend that enough is never enough? It's because they haven't learned something in life. They haven't learned some valuable life lessons. I've been around those individuals. I've given, I've given, and given, and given, and given, and given in excess, and given more than they even realized I ever gave them. And I kept giving. And people in the world, they will just take. You already know. And that's why it's important for you to put that energy into yourself, for you to put that energy into what you love and into your passion, into what's going to inspire other people and uplift them. Because that person where that you give something to and it's just never enough, you will never be enough for them. As a friend, as a mate, as a brother, as a sister, whatever the case, I tell you what, when my family disowned me across the board, religion and blood, my wife, every one of them, it's the best thing that could ever happen to me. It was the worst thing at the time, don't get me wrong, my heart broke, world shattered, everything just went out the window after my mom passed away. But when my family ousted me, that's when I was able to look back and reflect at how they treated me, what they said, how they said it. Did what they say and how they say it not match up? Well, there was obviously some conflict that their heart was screaming the truth, but their mind was causing lying words to come out, untruthful words to be emitted. No, it was not your fault. What? It's okay, bro. We'll fix it together. Like, don't worry. It's okay. One thing I learned about anger, those tense moments of anger, is that it legitimately, it fries the mind. Let me explain. Meditation and all that's about being calm, chilling out. Sometimes you gotta adjust that rhythm a bit. But anger, it heats up the brain. It heats it up to a degree and to a level that completely actually causes the nerve endings to have a breakdown. And the brain literally loses memory. You ever been to a movie? You watched the movie, come out at the theater. You went there, you saw it, boom. 2, 3, 6 months later, you see it at home, whatever the case, and you're like, man, I know I saw this movie, but I don't remember nothing about it. Like I remember a couple little parts, but what the? Why don't I know I saw the movie? Why don't I remember it? It's because of a traumatic event. That traumatic event involved rage, extreme anger, extreme sadness, extreme elevated negative feelings, especially that anger and that massive, intense rage. It fries the nerve endings. That's why the memory goes out the window. That's why people push your buttons. That's why the world doesn't want you to continually just be. They want you to get angry. They want you to respond in that way, even if it's just in your own bodily self, because it fractures your memory. And if your memory is fractured, then you can't remember what they're doing to you on a daily basis. And then that's how you stay with head down, and people are just stomping on your body all day, every day. Work, church, it doesn't matter. People just stomping on you. When my family ousted me, I was able to reflect and see all of that truth for what it was. I realized that my mother, she talked to God in heaven, and He saved my ass by getting me out of there. It's not the source information that's bad. It's the individuals. It's the individuals that are hypocritically delivering the information. It's the hypocritical, and it's like everybody's in therapy together. And it's like my mom said, if you put a bunch of assholes together in the same room, guess what? You're going to get a fucked up day. Nobody's going to come home good. Not a single one of them. They're going to be worse than they were before. The fuck, religion? You get their division. I was watching this thing yesterday. It was just like a commercial or something. I don't know, whatever it was, YouTube video. And it was some, oh no, it must have been an advertisement for something. I don't know what the advertising, some Bible app or whatever the case. And the person in the commercial, it was a commercial, and the person in the commercial, they said, they said, yeah, for all these years I've been going to church and still don't understand the Bible. This is a great app so that I can get it. What the Fuck, you've been going to church your whole life. Your parents too, they've been doing it for 2,000 years or so, and they still scratching their heads and don't know how to lead people to heaven. They following a lost motherfucker. Shit. Just say you represent the people and not God, because they ain't talking to God. If they were talking to God, they'd be like, yo, bro, hey, here's how you get hooked up. Good? All right, I'm gonna go hook the other person up, because everybody has their own relationship. What the fuck do I need to be here telling everybody to talk to dad about? You talk to them all on your own. You can get this intuition through you 24/7. It depends what you spend every single day pursuing. What you spend every single day pursuing, that's what you're going to be an ace at. Don't matter what happens, don't matter who comes in the room, you know your shit in and out. And that's why when that it gets presented, boom, you walk in and nobody can compete with you. And it's not about a competition, it's about conquering. It's about conquering a new world of Eden, conquering into that ground and into that soil so that other people can live and actually become the trees of life that they themselves are. They talk about ants, E-N-T, ants, trees that are alive, that walk and talk. You are the ant. You are the tree of life. This thing right here that you're watching me on and everything else around you, them books, that's the tree of knowledge of good and bad. The tree of knowledge of good and bad got no life, it got no heart. But you are the tree of life. You can take that knowledge of good and bad and formulate it into what you're best at and what you can conquer. That is what Setra is all about. Setchra. S-E-T. Set. Chaos. Dark. Raw. Light. Order. The CH, that's the chi. That's your energy. That's who you are divinely. And each of us has that dark and chaos. Each of us has that light and order. And it's what we are going to use as an alchemist to formulate what we need for the solution of our situation. And that's why everybody's path is different from the next person. That's why what the rules technically that apply to me in my life for my foundation to keep my path is different from the set of rules that are going to govern your life. And those rules coming through your heart. That's what you're the master of. Some people are more with the literal art. Some people are better with music. Some people are better building their body and being physically strong and domineering in that aspect. Everybody has their specialty. And that's why, for me, I don't consider judgment upon another person. My curiosity is, man, what would that person be like if they had none of the restrictions on their mind? If they could truly live the way they wanted to, who would they be? Who am I actually interacting with? That's what I learned, and that's what I got along with my mother. Is I got to find out who my mother was, not just mom, but who Rosemary is. Before she passed on, that's what I got to discover. And when I discovered who Rosemary was, that's that changed my life altogether, because I realized that that was the same situation, especially after she passed away. I realized that's the same for every person that I had ever known, including every person I don't know. So either I'm going to open my mouth and my heart and we're going to really jam and get to some real things in life, not all the fake facade crap that they got you distracted with, but what really matters to the heart. What's really causing you to have a mind that's negative every day. How can we convert that into a mind that is positive every day? Waking up, having a positive thought, waking up, looking forward to the day. And the best way I found about that to do is to just be fam. Just be fam. That's in the mind. I don't have to control anybody. I don't have to be dad or be any authority person in the fam. But just just to have that mentality, not to get overly attached to somebody, but just to have the mentality of family. And that's how I'm interacting with life. I don't want to hurt my uncle. I don't want to hurt my aunt. I don't want to hurt my grandma. But you know what? They got a whole nother way of life. Sometimes we get along, I don't know, the stars line up and everything's kosher between us, and the other times, just stay away because I know if I do anything else, it's not gonna be too great. These are those kind of rules, is those boundaries that we can find in life. I love to break limits. I love to go beyond what people are expecting. Though in that close family situation with people around me and very much of my own life, I've been able to find and understand that there are certain limits in my life. Now I can fight and work to go beyond that limit that's been set before me. But all that extra work creates problems, so much extra effort that by the time I get the reward, sheesh, it ain't worth it. It wasn't worth it. I would have been better off just sitting around twiddling my thumbs looking at the dumb news. But of course, I ain't gonna do that. I'm gonna put on something constructive. I want to put my mind into certain something. I want to learn how people are acting. Here's something really interesting I'll share with you. Now, what you're going to find in popular books and things you're going to turn to online right away, they're going to tell you something different. When you get into the real study of something, you start getting into books that have information you're not going to find anywhere, including the internet. You got to get a hold of the books, the old book, anyways. Armor. Armor in Europe, medieval knights' armor, helmet, shield. Well, shields were a thing. As the years went on, the armor was the armor. Some of them went on without a shield. Though the rich, the dukes and earls and individuals and kings, they were able to afford very exquisite suits of armor. And about every 5 years, they would make an advancement in armor. So every 5 years, it was like the new sports car came out, the new advantage for the modern car came out. So that was the thing that they would go and buy. And many of them had enough money to be able to pay and have them, like I said, exquisitely designed. These suits of armor were works of art. And that fashion, real fashion, started to spurn out of the artists of the armorers. The diversity in the armor that they were producing was beyond the clothing. And all this fashion that we chase so much, fashion designers, it all started for war. Up until then, people had generally the same damn clothing. Your king and queen, them royals, them rich ones, well, they could afford for trade from other nations and stuff like that. But the normal peasant, the normal worker, the normal person, they didn't have none of that. They had, everybody kind of wore the same damn stuff. When you understand your history, you can understand people's behaviors. That's what I'm getting at. That is the example here. Understanding the past lets you know how and why people are acting the ways they are today. Much of the understanding that in reading that I've done, I'm like, wow. I can see how the Greek aspect of our history is very present in American culture, very heavily present. Almost like Greece never died. Its people continued to live on, and I can see them very clearly. Those ones in America, they may not ever associate with Greek. They may not ever see anything or have anything on their wall or think anything of Greece or Greek being Greek. But I see certain individuals, and I'm like, Yeah, I know where that happened. I know where that started. I know what kind of people in the world are like that. That they have those values, and so you can see where people have been, uh, with their hat family, has been. These things pass on through the blood, through memory, through ancestors, and these qualities come out living today. These cultures exist within people. They have preserved them. Their soul has remembered these times of old, and they seek a place in this world where they can actually grow up in that environment and pursue that life. We speak of having that spirit team and that we signed up for life. And if you've never heard it, before a soul comes and gets a body, a human life on earth, essentially you have a spirit team. And your soul, you go in, you're like, yo, they tell you what's going to go on in your life. You know what you're going to work on, you know what you're going to do, and then you get incarnated into this life. People came to earth because they wanted a good life. They wanted a life to learn something that they never were able to learn in a previous life, to bring the past alive into the present. And the only way is to step back and just watch somebody's behavior. Like a parent would step back and they know that the room has no bad things that are going to hurt the child. Some of us, all right, we grew up in a different age. We ain't so concerned about all that safety crap, anyways. But make sure the environment's good, kosher for the kiddo, and then they get to play. They have fun. Does the parent run in and say, "Nah, you don't play like that"? Only if they're being a bully or mean or something. But generally speaking, not. The kids are playing with the kids. They got their own games going on. They're creating their own magical world in front of us. And that's exactly what the Divine Father and Mother is looking down at us. That's what they're doing. And we're sitting here trying to tell each other how to play, how to live life, how they should dress or not dress. I don't know about you, but everything I learned with skirts goes back to warriors and tribes and pants. Pants. Pants were a modern invention. Separating them legs, separating that energy, making sure you got something pulled up in your crotch. Pants. Some man's invention. That's okay. People like pants. Wear your pants. That's okay. I don't got nothing against pants. But I enjoy what I've found, and I could not have found what I enjoy if the world in front of my mind perceived division. I don't know about you, but last time I checked, God did not write no book on how to dress. I don't remember a dress code in the Bible. I don't remember a dress code anywhere else. I mean, I read the Bible like 3 times. I mean, like, you know, I don't remember it said that men got to dress like this, women got to dress like this. This is the only way you can do, and you have to conform to society and what they like. And if it's not in style, then you can't wear it. No, actually, the Bible said, don't follow the fashions of the world. Don't follow the trendy fashion of the world. That's actually what the spiritual scriptures say across the board. And yet, if you're a spiritual individual, here is the reality if you're trying to take that next step. is seeing yourself as a child of the Creator. I tell you, this is truth. The Divine Father, the Divine Mother, and every spiritual being in creation are both masculine and feminine. It's one body. Mind, body, soul. It doesn't say man or female soul. The fuck? Value an opinion of where you're headed. Valuing the opinion of people is following the trend. It's following human. It's not spiritual. There's nothing spiritual about following people. And yet, why does a person's opinion matter to you more than where your true heart lies? Because that's what you see every day. That's what you talk with every day. That's what's in your face every day. Like hearing a bell. You just can't ignore it. So you gotta deal with the bell in front of you. You gotta deal with the person in front of you because that's what's familiar. This is why meditation, okay? Call it prayer, call it Zen, call it whatever, call it silence, call it alone time. I don't care. This is why that time is so precious because if you focus on you and your connection, however you see your connection with the world, with God, with the energies, however you see that connection with the greater, whatever you want to call it, the more you're going to see that connection rather than care about the person in front of you. That person could be yapping all day long, but my connection is somewhere else. I'm talking about something else. I have a different heart. I have a different perspective. So I'm not entertaining their folly. I'm not entertaining their focusing on fear. I'm not entertaining whatever path they're choosing to walk upon or just the thicket of the woods they're getting tangled up in. Not my monkeys. Not my circus, not my monkeys. They could deal with all that crap on their own. They got themselves into it. They could stay in it or get themselves out. I don't care. But if they really want out, they're going to have to pray. They're going to have to send out their signal, a regular pulsing signal, not just when you need something, but a regular pulse, a lighthouse beacon, something that is regular. And this is the impression upon the mind and the heart and the body that just because I may be fleshly alone, just because I may be dealing physically with whatever situation I'm dealing with, does not negate the fact that I am connected with my father, my mother, my divine connection is what I'm engaged with. And they have me where they have me because I gotta do whatever I gotta do. Maybe somebody's job just needed to be let up a little bit. Maybe God was helping somebody else and sent me in just to take off a little weight. I didn't have to talk to them or get involved with them. I just had to keep my mouth shut, do my thing, and get out when my time was done. All right. Guess what? Because I spent all that time in meditation in my own world of goodness, of positivity, of construction, of connection, of remembrance. I was right where I wanted to be all day long. I don't know how it doesn't seem so prevalent like it was many years past. But before the phones and YouTube and all of this, back then they really, as a child, we were really encouraged that a book could take you anywhere. You could go anywhere with a book. You could take it. You could be anywhere. You start reading that book, and your soul gets into it. Your mind gets into it. and you're in a fantasy world. You're in the world of whatever that book is because that's what's populating your imagination. Most people populate their imagination with fear constructs, pain, focusing on the mistakes, what they didn't do, regrets, problems, things like that. Well, I spent my life doing the good deed. I spent my life not ignoring a problem, and I worked on it every day of my life until it was fixed, and then I moved on. I said what was in my heart at the time that it was when the person was standing there. So the day that came when they're no longer living and I can't talk to them anymore, guess what? I don't have any regrets. Not a single one. Why? Because I said what was in my heart to say it, and everything got to go. There was no quandary, there was no curious, there was no question of what could have been. I acted on it correctly and responsibly, not harshly or instinctively. Intuitionally, I acted on everything. And so that other person who's stuck in a world full of chaos, guess what? I ain't sharing mental space with them. That is their hell. Heaven and hell exist in your mind. And if somebody else is living in hell, fuck, I'm skipping that fucking jail. I'm moving on right on to I staying in my room in heaven. I'm gonna stay in my lane. I'm gonna stay on my path. Fuck that other person's problems. They did not do the responsible thing. They did not follow the honor in their heart, the truth in their heart. They acted against it in their selfish interest and they put those values first. I could care why, I could care less how. They want to change their life and get better? Great. Go start with somebody else because I ain't at that low level shit no more. I'm moving on. I learned that in order for me to move forward, I got to keep walking my walk. The whole world wants to tell you to slow your roll. Hold on, the group ain't there yet. Hold on, don't move ahead. Hold on, don't go too far. Well, if we didn't have Aristotle and Plato and Socrates and all the many other minds that have improved our world by pressing forward where nobody else would, by challenging the status quo and what everybody naturally accepted, they created the world we're living in a world of opportunity and discovery. Every single day we're making new discoveries, whether it be archaeology in the dirt, or paleontology with some bones, or scientifically under a microscope, or through a telescope looking at the stars. We discover every day. Humans, oh, put the mind, the body, the soul, get the division of religion, the division of man and woman, the division of all that, get that out. Wouldn't it be amazing if we were so connected that we no longer had a word for human and God, but that word was one? There's a tribe that's how they talk. There's a word. I forget. I want to say the word, but I'll say the wrong word. Want to. Anyways, but that's how they see the word that they use to call their fellow person is the same word that they use to talk about divinity, the great being. So to see each other in that light from sacred texts that exist around the world, the truth of the matter is there's three stages of a human's life. Most people never reach the third. The first two, and this is talked about in ancient Kemetics and ancient Egyptian, this is talked about on Hindu aspects and many other portions of the world. I'm using plain speech here. So you got your first, which is, of course, your kiddo. You know, you really don't know nothing in life. You're born, you're in the world. And then you got your self that's you matured, you see a little bit more. You're working in the world and you're dealing with that. The third aspect of your state of being is fully accessing all of your energy centers turned on and aligned, and truly being able to work with the world through three tiers of magic. Those three tiers of magic, the first one is subliminal messaging, colors, actual workings of things in this world, as far as those phenomena. They have subliminal songs and they have a message coming through. This is true. If you say a certain set of words in order and the person responds correctly to them, the mind is connected, it can actually be created what that person will see in their mind. This is base level one magic, okay? Anybody can do it. And obviously. And then you have your second tier magic, which is telepathic communication. Plant, animal, human, if it has life, if it has life, it has consciousness. That consciousness communicates not through a brain. It is not the brain that's communicating. It's the heart. And that heart is the center of which everything flows through. Okay? And everything has that center. Everything in life has one juncture that everything has to pass through, such as water, blood, nutrients, whatever the case, whatever the system that's providing the life. Okay? Everything has that one network where it comes and diverts out to. That's its heart. That's that is the seat of the soul. And as that is within the body of anything living, it communicates to the other. That's tier two magic. Tier three is utilizing the words of power. The words of power literally allow you to manifest changes in reality, depending how much you are trained in it and work with it. It could be darn near within hours and moments. It could be the next day. But things move fast when those are spoken. And so that is the three stages of a man, of a woman, of a life, of a human. And so most individuals are level two of human, of that stage of life. Telling you, the ancients knew it, and there are temples in the world that know this information very well. The people there that know it very well. This information is saved in ancient documents, that is in museums. This information is very, 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 very real. And so most people are at the second stage of human life. And so the information that I present on a daily basis is the information that is required for you to be able to take that third step, that third access, to be able to start working with the world in that mannerism. When I think about the ancient civilizations and tribes and communities that lived, all sorts, megaliths and not, I see that every person a part of their community was at this third heightened state of life of a being. And that's why I do believe in the Bible and in other books. It does make mention, in other words, for other books, that you are all gods. Is it Proverbs, Psalms? You know the scripture better than I do. It says it in there, though. It says you are all gods. It's not because you've attained that state of being, but you have that potential to be. If you don't focus on it, if you don't utilize it, then you don't learn it. If you don't learn it, you don't know how to operate it. Let's think about a TV. Everybody's got a TV, right? A TV. I went to a store once and the dude was like, you got to do the visual settings a certain way and the audio settings a certain way, and then your TV is really getting the max out of its performance of what it can do. Okay. So I can buy an item And because I don't fully understand it, such as a TV, then yeah, it works. Yeah, it turns on. Yeah, I'm getting sound. Yeah, I'm getting visuals, but man, the visuals, they're not that crisp. The sound is not that clear. Just, there's a glare on the TV screen. The lighting in my room is wrong. I don't know. I don't care. I plug the TV in. I bought it, plug it in, boom, works. Okay, great. Watch my shows, movies, whatever. Your body, your body is the most expensive thing on this world. It has the most value, more than diamonds or any other precious metal they could pull out their ass. Your body is the most the highest priced commodity in this world. So if you learn how to use it, then you can access all of its capabilities. You can make the effects of life become very crisp. It could sound very beautiful, just exactly the way you want it to be. If you spend the time to get to know your own body, to get to know your own mind, to be familiar with your own soul, that soul brings information to the heart. That's why sometimes you'll get this idea, that, oh, like an epiphany, and all at once. And somebody's looking there like, what's going on, Johnny? And you're like, and it takes you 5 minutes to explain what just jumped into your heart. See, your heart was the receiver of information from your soul. Your mind had to decode the information. Your mind is the decoder of life. Your heart is the transmitter and receiver of all communications. Ancient texts speak about this, and science is barely starting to realize it. I've read some articles, I'm keeping up. They're barely starting to understand. It starts in the heart. So all them thoughts you get up here that you don't want are usually from other people, because they're tapping into that telepathic communication. And you don't know the difference between your own soul and someone else's soul, and information coming to your heart versus information coming to your mind. That's why you will have something jump into your heart that says, I want a cup of tea. And then instead of getting my cup of tea, I stop and I don't get my cup of tea because my mind makes up a reason and says, well, you know, blah, 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 whatever. It says whatever the case and stops me from getting a cup of tea. What the fuck, brain? The brain was somebody else's pre-programmed information that we would deny our own blessings from our own soul connected to divinity itself. Seriously. I think of different characters like unicorns and dragons and elves and things like that. And then I see, like, the Egyptian things that I have on the walls and their relation. And then I think of the entire world, and every single person has a spirit. Not a spirit animal, but they are a spirit creature. Like, their soul is a spirit creature. It could be a unicorn, it could be an elf, it could be a dragon, it could be whatever. So then I was like, well, what am I? And I honestly, it was a path of discovery. And in my mind and in my heart and in everything that I've seen, like dragons, man, dragons are powerful. Dragons are supposed to have been not in the bandwidth anymore. They supposedly were all gone, taken out. And then I learned about bats. Like people ask about the bat. I mentioned it earlier. Bats correlate to dragons. I did some woodwork with a particular individual, or I should say for a particular individual. And this was scrap. This was a portion they were just throwing away, but I just had to keep it. And I was like, this ain't just really, it ain't a Batman. The dude's a fucking dragon. He's a black dragon at night, dude. That's why he conquers everything. It's the brain that puts everything together. The heart feels it. You heard the expression, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer? Yeah. Sometimes keeping your mouth shut and a smile on your face will teach you more than you could have ever learned by opening your mouth. Being somebody's little worker bee, you find out everything, because you at the bottom. And nothing can stand at the top without the support at the bottom. So you ever want to get to really take something out of your life, go to the bottom, live there for a while, make it fam. Don't forget why you're there. And when it's time to leave, you leave like nothing ever happened. In that way, the complete advantage is in your ball court. The ball is in your court. You got the ball. People want to give the truth. They want to say everything on their mind out of emotional interest, out of emotional raw. I gotta tell them how it is. I gotta have the last word on it. Shoot. Go ahead and have the last word, because it's going to teach me even a little bit more about your character. I'm going to see you. I've sized you up. Got anything else to give me? I'll pay attention to it too. I survived worse. I survived much worse than a stranger. I survived family turning on me. You survived much more than that individual will ever do. That's why what they're doing ultimately doesn't matter. It doesn't have a true influence. Not for you, not in your psyche, not in your heart. It's how you conquer things. Information is very important. The more information shared, the more the enemy knows, the more they can put chaos into the mix of things. If they see that you have a pattern, a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, someone does this, you do that, they do this, you do that, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's how you react. It's who you are. Then they can predict your future and they can predict what they want to get out of you and they can predict how to conquer you, how to hurt you. Why are they hurting you? Who fucking cares? We just want it to stop. Just want it to stop. So then you become unpredictable. You wear things that make people go, what the hell? Did they join some coven? Are they a witch now? And you just got some jewelry. You like the color. You thought it looked cool. Oh, he's got a pentagram. Ooh, a five-pointed star. Ooh, ooh. They're so strong and they know everything and they can just go and conquer the world whenever they want to. But put some magic in front of them and they're like, ah, like a little bitch. Oh, don't call a guy a bitch. I tell you what, they get angry. I called a guy a bitch once. He pulled a knife on me. I didn't realize that word hurt so much. How you see yourself is what you can become. Is it wrong to see yourself as a superhero? Or God? Or an angel? Or maybe some amazing saint that helps humanity? You can see yourself as anything that you want to be. Anything that you love and admire, that's what you can become. Is it a video game character? And they got some qualities or they look a certain way and you're like, you know what, I agree with that. I like that. That's where I am. Well, then go get the jacket, man. Well, yeah, I can't find the jacket. Oh, it costs $200. Go to a thrift store, get one that looks close to it. Put it in your mind bank. Be like, man, that's what I want to embody. And guess what? The universe just has a way of putting those items in your path, and you're like, wow. I do believe to a large extent that time travel is actively happening and that we're a world that has people from the past, the present, and the future all alive right now. There's some video games that come out and they work on these video games for years. 7 years, 10 years, 12, 13. There's some games they work on for a long time before they ever put it out. Delay after delay after delay after delay. Anyways. And then we play these video games and something happens to be occurring in our life and it just seems to match perfectly with the character or the scene or the story or whatever's going on, and we just it's just some massive relation. Can't exactly put our finger on it. Maybe you can. It's a major connection. Now this is an environment that we can interact with. We can develop our character, what our abilities are, what our specialties are, and what we're paying attention to. Now bring in the blind split test. You know that kind of little test where they put all the atoms through and all they or whatever the particles are and they land on the wall at the same point and then they put a camera in to see what's going on and then all these particles atoms whatever that they are they wind up going and they hit a totally different destination. They take a completely different path. They took the camera out and it went back to hitting the one point. The reality of this, if you didn't know of it, is whatever we focus upon, we wind up creating a change in our reality, quite literally and instantly. So, by playing these video games that are massively futuristic, but somehow we're massively connecting with it as if it was our own life in some way, in some capacity, to me, that was some idea communicated from the future to somebody alive now. And they made that video game to line up with the present moment. How the fuck could that happen unless time travel mechanics were going on, bro? They see worlds. People see. I hear excellent. I can hear the divine like none other. It's like one person told me. They said they would tell people, they would say, you know how you could hear like God's whisper, and people would be like, yeah, and I always be like, no, I don't get that. And but then she'd be like, well, she point to me. She'd be like, he hears God like on a megaphone, and I was like, well, yeah, that portion I told you, yeah, get. But there are other people that can see. There are other people that can feel. There are other people that can sense in other formats the other dimensional reality that we're in having interaction with, whether it be the future, the past, God, divinity, whatever it is. And in these ways, that kind of telepathic, that kind of collective consciousness, that kind of growth with another intelligence, to me, I see it all happening. I see it happening live in the moment every single day. And so as you focus on your character, you're focusing on what you want to specialize in life. In the world, we walk out and we run into problems and we're limited by resources, and I don't have money to do that, and I don't have money to get there, and on and on and on. But in a video game, those resources are unlimited. All right, within the proper confines and so forth, you have to earn it and attain it first. But once you get to a certain point in the game, man, you got everything in your pocket. You go get plenty of what you need, and on and on. In quantum computing, in divine reality, to God, an omnipotent individual, that essence of reality is what you are, and you can create without limits. There's no limits to the resources at your disposal to create who you're going to be. And as I see through video games, we focus, going back to that blind split test, what we focus on, we create. We see the character that we're playing as ourselves. So we are focusing to give our own character certain abilities in the future of our physical life. Keep this up all day. You are the change that the world needs. And you're a superhero. A superhero. A quantum hero? A superhero. You can answer prayers. You can send energy that will answer people's prayers. Think about it. Somebody's focusing on something. They got to pay a bill. Now they're not. They're totally stage 1 or 2 of human. They are have not matured at all. But you're a stage 3. You're actually penetrated the veil. You're actually communicating. You're actually doing some spiritual stuff. You're seeing some magical stuff happen in your own life. So then somehow you become aware of this other person's issue or their problem. They can't afford the next bill. So then when you go home, you can work your magic, you can say your prayer, and you can send out that energy. When I say prayer, when I use the word prayer, I personally consider sending out energy. That's what's going on. For my definition of prayer, I'm sending energy. That energy has a frequency and it has a whole lot of information attached to it. But that information is not a request. That information is a full on update of what I've been through since the last time I made contact, the last time I sent out energy to the divine, they don't know what's happened through and through with my life. They've kept an eye out, but they don't know the details. Quantum mechanics, two particles, one of these that are connected, one particle is going to see a wide view, and they can see what's going on, they can see all the details, they can see the knickknacks in the back, they can get all of that. But if that particle tries to focus on anything, it gets blurred. It can't see the details. That's where we come in. Where the other particle of that divine quantum connection, and we see up close. We're like a microscope. We can only look up close. Our side of the particle looks up close. It sees all the detail. When we pull out to try to see the big picture, everything starts to get blurry because that's how that works. So both particles, one's able to see the wide vision, the other one's able to see up close the detail. So together, you're able to see everything. So for me, prayer, again, sending information, sending energy, sending that energy is an update of everything. So going back to our individual that needed help with rent and they had no solution. So then in my prayer, in sending that out, that energy went, the divine connection heard, decoded, and they have the energy supply to send down to the person who's not magical yet. They were just really praying. They were asking. They were in a state of need. And somehow this energy comes in and formulates and just all the out of nowhere somebody shows up and here, ma'am, we owed you a refund. Here you go. Sorry that didn't come in sooner. And she had no idea she was owed a refund for anything. What the hell? This is 10 years old. The energy, the divine connection. We can create those miracles. We can answer the prayers of our fellow human. That's the responsibility. The war of fighting through all of the hurt feelings and all of that to be positive 24/7, to have that outlook on life, to maintain that energy of love, living one vibrational energy, your joy, your passion, your happiness. We fulfill the requests of our fellows. We are gods, and we can tap into that, and every single person alive can attain that connection. Some people got much more work to do than others. Other people, they're losing their mind and they don't know what up is down, down is up. They had nothing going their way. Normally it does. Normally they're king, queen of their domain, and they order and control everything, but they are losing their power and they are losing their influence. And I'll tell you exactly why it's happening all over the world. Why you can connect with these words is because as a collective consciousness, the individual bodies that make up that collective oneness have been unifying more and more. More individuals have been clicking and clicking online, not just attaching, but truly being part of that heavenly space that only the heart, mind, and body unified through love can access. In that realm, that population is increasing. That's why people are not getting their way so easily. The bad people, the people at the top taking advantage of each other, taking advantage of you. Should not be taking advantage of anybody. If I can't help you, let me move on. If you're helping me, I hope I can balance that energy. Let me spend my time with you. Let me talk with you. Let me hang out. Let's grab a hug. Let's grab a drink. Whatever. Let's go for a drive. Go to the park. I don't care. Let's hang. This is where balance comes in, okay? This is where we can truly separate the division of rich and poor. There are individuals in this world and you may have a whole bunch of cheddar, and you might be surrounded by people They ain't really your friends. And you know that. There's going to be an individual who's poor. And they ain't got no way to balance anything that they're given. No way at all. Not financially, not monetarily, not with any physical substance. But the rich does a favor for the poor. They come back, they pick them up a little more. And before you know it, each one, they're not keeping score. They're just happy to come together once more, to talk, to be a friend, to understand each other. Because it doesn't matter if you got rich, fame, gold, and platinum, or if you got squat but sheets and rags in a cardboard box to call home. We feel pain. We feel isolation. We feel unhappiness just the same way. We feel that negativity from others just the same way. We are one and of the same. I said this before and I'll keep saying it. I don't care what color your skin is. We both got white around our eyes, pink under our nails, and go on. Go on and pick up that foot, because I will show you a part of my body that matches the color on the bottom of your foot. We all the same color. We the same. We human. There is a oneness, and it is beyond division of what has been instilled and poisoned into this world of the past. We don't live in the past. The future is now. Look at the technology happening. Look at the 3D signs and billboards and holographic projections from buildings that we live within. The world is changed and continuing to change. You are the future and you have a say. Your spirit has more than a vote, it has an influence because it's part of the collective conscious. As much as we use collective conscious of this world, that is the mind of God that we have all sought after. The very mind of God Himself is every mind on this world unified, as some are starting to experience. That's the mind of God. Because God is unified. God is not at war with anything. If you created it, you don't need to go to war with it. But certainly mankind has had a lot of things that we've had to learn. We cannot, as an individual, as a mother to a child, or any other situation, as an individual, we cannot be responsible every day of our life if we have not experienced the setbacks and the problems from cruelty, selfishness, arrogance, and all sorts of problems of youth. We have to have these challenging events so that we could learn to be mature of mind, be mature of body, to treat each other with respect. And that's what we're doing. That's what's happening. And every single time that every single time that you choose peace for yourself over being angst or being in confrontation or conflict with somebody else, every time you choose peace, you are building the new Eden. What do I mean building the new Eden? When you choose peace, the soil itself becomes. We need the rich soil of Eden, and that rich soil comes from our peace. We cannot grow anything successfully if it's constantly under stress. We cannot develop something really pristine if we're constantly throwing chaos at it. So when we choose peace, each one of us individually, it allows that consciousness that we're all connected to, that we're all creating. It allows that consciousness to see clearly. It's like allowing that consciousness to be in a state of meditation, allowing that consciousness to be in a flow state so that max success can occur with the least amount of thinking, connection through intuition. We're going to reverberate some beautiful frequencies, some melodious tunes. Because the greatest tactic, one of the greatest tactics, is to not give the opposition the fight they want. They want the conflict. They want the riled up emotions. So when you don't give it to them, that's what pisses them off the most. You really want to get under somebody's skin? Oh, be happy and nice. Especially when they got reason. You got reason to be so angry. Be happy and nice. Because is that not what we're all chasing? Is that not what we're all after? One thing a lot of people will not understand until you won't understand it until you actually experience it. Getting what you want, it's like being able to eat. It's like you didn't get ice cream for your whole life, and then so you want to eat ice cream, and so you fill up your whole freezer. You get a freezer, a separate freezer, store all the ice cream you want. And boy, like you eat ice cream for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ice cream is the way to go. It don't make you feel bad. You love it. It's great. It's what you've been wanting. And for 3 years running, ice cream, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Eventually, eventually, the body's going to reject it because any one thing that is constantly put into the body, your body's eventually going to be like, you know what, I'm good on this for a while. I'm good. You're going to have your fill. Eventually, a person's going to learn that that much ice cream is hurting their body. It is not. It's not doing good. When you've had too much pain, chasing all the things that you thought you wanted, that's when you'll walk away from things and you won't look back. I walk away and don't look back because my mother, who was my best friend, passed on, and that was the hardest. I loved my whole life went into the toilet then, and then when my daughters died, My wife and family, all that gone. Having your mom passed on, your wife leave you, and your daughter's dead, there ain't no man or woman alive that was that close to me. So I understand all of that. I communicate with their spirits of those I've lost. I know why people push me out of their life. I get all that. I understand their behaviors. I understand all those words in the beginning. I understand all those words not spoken. I understand why those actions were not done. I understand why they were always late. I understand why all their actions are now. Okay, sure. So now when I interact with somebody, I understand a lot more, a lot faster, very quick. Very quick, I understand that their action, that slight taste of hesitation in their voice, that told me everything. It told me everything. I gave people the the, the, the opportunity after the last opportunity. I gave people six strikes, you're out opportunities. I on and on and on and on. I kept giving. But then I learned. When I got everything I wanted, I learned. Shit, this ain't what I want at all. Because all they do is keep taking. They empty. They cold. Like a lifeless body that's somehow animated. A soulless body. Just a flesh, instinctive creatures walking about. I ain't, I don't care to go kill nothing. I ain't no hunter in that regard. I just time for me to mosey on my own direction, my own way. I know. By dressing in socially acceptable clothing, you blend in with everybody else. Most people want to blend in. Why would you want to stand out? Hmm. Because you're a motherfucking warrior of God Himself. Because you shine so bright that nothing can tear you down. And you're doing it so that some little kid walking around that's been stuck in a mind cage of religion and fucked up parents their whole life takes one look at you and goes, holy shit, what am I looking at? And that image stays in their mind. And somehow that seed got to their heart that I could be anything I want to be. They were doing what they dressed up real however they wanted to. That was amazing. I think that was a superhero. I think that was, who knows what they were thinking. But they were inspired. They were inspired beyond all the cages and confines of their soul and their mind and their body. They were inspired that they could live and be anything they wanted to be. That's why you want to stand out from the group, because you're like, bro, I'm done with this human phase number 2. I'm on to phase number 3. Next, number 4 is the stars, bro. I don't want to come back. I don't know if you're aware too much, but those ones from other planets that you want to call aliens and ETs, yeah, they were here. Yeah, they seeded life. Yeah, they created what we have developed and continue becoming ever more. And the only reason why you see ships in the sky that you want to call UAP or UFO is because they're looking for someone who want to go. Are you ready to go? Are you wearing your plain human uniform? You gonna be looked right on over. Whether you got the heart or not, you ain't got the cojones to move forward. You did not unlatch those chains to your ankles. so that you could fly to the heavens. Man's opinions still rule your life, your body, your conscious mind. This is what I speak about, and this is what I'm about, is liberation. Liberation for your soul so you could enjoy life. Do you want to ascend, or do you want to just stay here and enjoy it? Do whatever you want to do, but do it freely. Do it without feeling or thinking about somebody else's thoughts or how they may perceive you. They making those thoughts and those comments because they jealous about what you do, and you got some confidence about you. The only confidence they got is in the muscle in their arm. But that day is being phased out because that individual, it's about time that those individuals are guardians. Guardians. Guardians of our elders and guardians of our youth. Guardians of love, of life. Guardians of humanity. It's time for you to stand like you've never stood before and take your role in society. I look at sports athletes and you're giant. You are a giant. And for those sports athletes, whatever field you're in, you know that when you're on that field, when you're on that court, you're standing amongst your family of giants. You know this. You look at the world around you and you see all these short, little people. I'm putting myself in that category because you a giant and everything else is little to you. And they suckered you for money. They suckered what you could do for humanity for your money. And they got you stuck in a room with a coach that says put all your life onto this field for competition and glory. But if you united, if the giants of this world saw beyond the money and they came together, they could make a stomping clash on this world that's never been seen before. That's why they give the millions. That's why they give you the life. That's why they give you the fame, because they got to distract you from your true power of who you truly are. And that's why every single time I see somebody towering above me, I don't care where I am and I don't care who I'm around. I walk up to that motherfucker and I'm like, can I hug you? Can I shake your hand? Can I get a high five? Can I something? Because you a cool motherfucker. You a giant. And they exist. There's some bad giants out there. And they're the ones who've been ruling our world. But there is a massive fam of giants. And if you ever been to a football game, basketball game, soccer game, whatever game, European football game, American football, whatever, if you have been to a sports and seen these individuals, it is watching giants. They are giants, and you live. You have power beyond just fighting each other to get from one end of the field to the other end of the field. Deliver some souls with all of that strength and that might. Walk into a community and be part of it. You will not just rock the socks off of the local community, but you will destroy the controlling structures that have kept the poor one down. The power of liberation is truly within the hands of the giants, aka the sports athletes of our world. I don't know about you, but I got tired of playing games a long time ago because I saw a bunch of worse things happening. I think about somebody's speed and how fast they can run, and then I think about somebody in need, and there ain't no way to get to them. That motherfucker who could run lightning fast, they could have saved that person's life if they were in that spot. They were too busy on a field earning glory from man rather than valuing their neighbor's life. And I ain't saying the wrong thing. There are many out there, and they contribute a lot to people. They take a lot of their earnings and their winnings, and they completely put it back into the people, and they help people, and they are a part of their communities. And I applaud you. I applaud those ones. I graciously thank you for everything you're doing to change our world for the better, because you see what you're stuck within, and you know what you can do to help people, and you're doing it. And that's the reality, to never forget where we came from, to never forget that. It doesn't matter how high one may climb or how far one may go, but to remember where we came from, to remember that we didn't have that person there, to remember we didn't have that support, and to know if one person walked in the room, they could change our life. They could change our lives, which is their presence for one moment, one little help, one little handout. It doesn't have to be money. That inspiration, morale, somebody's morale is everything. And if one goes around destroying somebody's morale, their happiness, shoot, that one has truly done a bad thing in this world. But for those who can truly pick up others in whatever form or facet that you can, what an amazing twist of humanity. What a change of the direction of the forward motion of humanity. I hope you're having a good day. Much love, many thank yous to all our moderators, to everybody who's been helping the chat be a good place. The comments, there are times when I do look at the chat and I am regularly responding to those messages, and then there are days and moments where I am just not really looking at the chat log at all. So if you would like to reach out to me or leave me a comment or a message, or anything of the sort, feel free to send me an email at Setchra, Setchra, at yahoo.com. That's Setchra at yahoo.com. Or you can even leave a message in any of the videos that I've posted. Usually those pop up on the alert message there. Um, I'm going to go use the bathroom super fast. I'll be right back. Oh. What next? When I got on this divine journey, I found out about the Divine Mother, and you've probably heard me mention the Divine Mother before. She brought peace into my life, literally. When I prayed, when I asked, when I reached out to her, she brought me peace of mind, peace of heart, and truly my problems, even though they were existent in my life, they were not touching my heart. that that was monumental for all that I had lost in my past. That was and for what I was going through in that moment. That was monumental. And years later, after working with the Divine Mother, I was able to go to a Hindu temple and Temple of the Eternal Mother, Parashakti, and I learned about Durga, and I started working with Durga, and her energy began to resonate with me as a protectress. And I found myself, I had been doing it for a couple of years, few years actually, 3 years, moving from place to place. I would do work around the place, yard work, whatever the case, and I would wind up making contact with the spirit in the house. I would share this information with somebody that owned the house, and they would often relate back to me older stories that they had earlier dismissed but was still in their memory bank of something either they experienced or their parents experienced with the exact spirit phenomena. Like one time I mentioned it was a little girl, other time I mentioned it was a little boy. It's kids, adults, just their spirit, the soul, just the energy that was still there, and the person they would relate back to me, they would tell me their own story, which confirmed my interactions. I mean, I didn't need the confirmation, but the solidity was just amazing. And so I would work with this spirit, and they would become familiar with my energy because when you're working with a spirit, they're feeling your energy and the regular state of your heart. Do you get excited and become angry, or do you get excited and come back to calm, but you didn't do anything else? Nothing came out. That they're going to, they pay attention to everything of a person, because especially the shaman or the wise woman that's going, that can help, potentially help them, because what the spirit's going to do is the spirit's going to attach themselves to the person ultimately. That's the energy that they're becoming familiar with. And so I was able to actually help many spirits ascend. There's one particular evening I was going to a Hindu temple, this Hindu temple in Pontiac, Michigan. Beautiful temple, 551 Kennett Road, Pontiac, Michigan. Great temple, Temple of the Eternal Mother. Beautiful. I recommend going checking it out. Talk to people. Tell them you want to get to know the place at the front desk. They'll give you a little tour. They'll tell you everything, whatever the case. Um, anyways, and and I had learned after many years that Durga hunts demons. A demon, for a moment, get the idea of a person out the mind and look at it as a localized energy that's creating a gravity well, okay? An energetical gravity well, okay? Demon's not a person anymore. It's an resonance that keeps things stuck to one location. It can't move quantumly. It can't move. It's like it went inside the black hole and can't get out the black hole. Okay? That's the way to see demon. So as the shaman, you come in, as a wise woman, you come in, the soul, the individual who's stuck in that gravity well is going to attach themselves to you, the healer, and then that's the healer's job to do what they need to move away from that residence. Because this wise individual, the spiritually connected individual, they're stuck in that gravity well. They are stuck there too. That's why the demon hunting aspect is more like a rescue operation, going into the thicket of a, I don't want to use the word haunted, because I'm not talking about things moving or being thrown or anything like that. No, no happening. I'm not talking about that stuff. But often their souls are trapped in places like that. And so the healer literally moves in. They get stuck there. They allow the soul, the entity, to attach. And then the human, the wise woman, the shaman, they have to essentially break the hold of that gravity well. Once they break that demonic frequency, then there's no gravity well and things can leave. Anything and everything can leave. Nothing's stuck to the location, to the singular location of that black hole anomaly that can only be measured with the most sophisticated instruments that they are still improving. And that's what I've been doing for several years. That's what we wind up doing. That's, if you see your life as a rescue operation, then you know you don't have any you don't have any course of action to be emotionally in conflict. You know you came in with a purpose. You know you're leaving with success, fulfilling that purpose. It doesn't matter what somebody said. It doesn't matter what article was written. It doesn't matter what the world thinks. The soul was saved. And guess what? That soul was attached to one of your ancestors. You saved one of your own. That's why you were the one to do it. That's why you were the one that went there to do it. And when you connect with the Divine Mother, for those who haven't heard me, there's a Divine Father out there. And somebody asked me, and they said, well, tell me one aspect of how you grow, because I say move forward every day. So they said, oh, how'd you move forward? Tell me an aspect of how you did that. Well, I found out there's a Divine Mother, not a ghost, a holy mother. So when I saw Mother, the hole in my heart became filled. That hole of longing for things stopped. Sure, I like this, or sure, I like that. Don't get me wrong, we all kind of like, always want something a little new or whatever the case. But that's okay, I'm not reaching for it. I don't need to reach for it. I don't need to beg you for money for it. Because I'm content with what I have. And I know a moment in my future, there'll be a good little bankroll, and I'll be able to get the few items I've had my eye on for a while. I'm patient. I'm content. That's all right. The good times come, low times come, but at each time I'm at peace. I'm at peace because I know I went in with a purpose. I know what I'm doing has a purpose. I know that there's success in it. I don't need validation from anybody. God sent me on a mission. I went in, I got out. I'm still alive and kicking. He told me he'd get me out. So why all the fussing? Why all the kicking and screaming, human? Because they ain't got no faith. And when you identify an individual that has no faith, then you understand they're working with only what they can see and touch, which means zero emotions. And if you ain't got no emotions, if you ain't on that aspect of life, you ain't living. Your body may be walking and moving. Your tongue might be going up and down. But there ain't no heart in there. There ain't no emotion. There ain't no real life to interact with. And nothing I do is going to wake that individual up. Nothing I do is going to help that individual. That's why I have to keep moving forward. This is the importance of the direction of life within the mind, that one recoils every moment. A recoil, okay? The mind's going to get used, and then what are you going to recoil back to? A snake is going to go right back to its proper defensive position, ready to strike again. It's going to be ready. Do you recoil into sadness, terror, fear? Find out what you recoil into and start working on living one vibrational energy. So every time you recoil, you're recoiling into you, into your heart, into your mind of your body. Not somebody else's opinions, not somebody else's rules, not somebody else's limitations, because they're too whatever. And then as you walk in life, now you know, those thoughts are from somebody else. I don't think that. I know exactly where that came from. You don't even have to say nothing to nobody. You know what's going on. Somebody's trying to penetrate your mind. Their heart is trying to penetrate your mind, because only God, only divinity speaks right to my heart. And anybody truly of that fold is going to speak directly to my heart. They are not going to confuse my mind. Speaking about confusion, clothing, tactic. Your clothing creates what people are going to perceive. Now, there's an actual science of the mind. You can go look into it. You can look, you pull it up on your phone, pull it up on the internet, you can look into it. There's a science of how colors and smells have an impact on our psychological thoughts, our conscious brain activity. Color and smell and even words shape what is populated in an individual's mind. You can look up these things, and when you walk into a room, because your clothing was considered with these elements, you're going to have an advantage, and other people's minds are going to be stuck exactly where you put them. You help them shift their own character by giving them a different atmosphere. People like normal. Normal is acceptable. Normal I can accept. It's familiar. It's familiar. Familiar is safe. I've walked down that path. I know it. Oh, that pokes me. Don't go around that. I'm familiar with these things because I see them every day, so it's acceptable to me. Break the status quo and create a new environment with your look. Do your makeup different. Do whatever you do different. Let them think of you however they think of you. You did not break any rules. There was no, you can't wear this, you can't do, that wasn't in the fucking book. You can't wear this color, you can't wear that. Fuck that shit. And impact their life with what you're wearing. The stones that you have attached to you. Stones, not fucking plastic beads, bro, sis. All right, they're cool, they're cute, they're fun. Get some real stones. Tiger's eye, lapis lazuli, quartz, tourmaline. Um, um, get some real stones. They will change how people interact with you. The element from the material alone, your body and soul becomes familiar with its frequency. It becomes familiar with the frequency that you're emitting. It's putting energy out. I got freaking legit magnets. Look, this is what I do. Shit. I got legit magnets on my bracelets, bro. Sis, like, okay? I, my body, my frequency, my soul becomes familiar with this pulsing energy. Most people can't take it. It's too much of a high vibration. They're a low vibration. That high vibration to a low vibration, they can't take it. They leave. They just leave because they don't have any authority. They don't have any power. They don't have any logical sense to do anything because the energy is literally repulsive to them that their feet have to move their body, not their tongue waggling in their mouth. Okay? And I walk into a room with other people, you wearing what your body becomes adapted to, acquainted with, familiar with, becomes another individual's, oh, what's happening? They can't control, they have no power. The person who's full of love, the person who has a positive heart, that energy is going to hit them and they're going to be like, psh, what? They're not even going to feel it. They're going to be like, what's up? That looks cool. Tell me about you. They're going to be positive. They're going to talk to you. They're going to smile when they look at you. So when you look at them, you're going to be like, and they'll be like, yay! And you're going to start talking. That's how you find a friend, a real friend, a strong friend, a friend that becomes fam, a fam. And so by becoming accustomed to shaking up your own environment, when you walk into somebody else's environment and they were trying to harm you, they were trying to hurt you, they were trying to control you, they were trying to whatever in the office or whatever, this religion or situation going on, when you walk into the room, the only thing, the only recourse if they try to take a stance against you is going to be able to get the whole group to think badly of you because they gonna tell a lie, because they ain't gonna be able to challenge you up front. They gonna know everybody's like, they're curious about you. And if they come in and attack you out of nowhere, well, then the big bad bully that's been hiding in the group, religion, church, or whatever, they gonna be seen right away. And they ain't trying to be seen like that. But especially if you've been in this community for a long time, and you change up the way you dress and the flavor of your scent. I mean, like, get some real lavender oil. Lavender is calming, real calming. It causes people to be in a peaceful mood. And then they're not in a conscious, emotional state to be at conflict with you. They'll actually shut up and they'll listen because they'll be at peace. There won't be conflict because the colors you're wearing, the smells and scents that you're carrying on, you are promoting peace, even love. You're not trying to fall in love with nobody, but they're promoting good things. So then people are in positive thoughts. Let them stay in a world of positive thoughts, even if they're false and fantasyful. Let them stay in the heavenly spot while you run your mouth, make your presentation, make whatever offer, do whatever you need to do in that room, in that place, in that facility, in that church, so that you don't have any opposition. See, God, the power of divine Father and Mother, they remove the obstacle so that you can conquer your environment. You are the tree of life, and God is planting you into a garden that ain't nobody else can see but you. And when you start dropping off fruit, good ideas, people's lives changing because they were inspired by the stand that you took against the man, They start eating that fruit. And then their own chakras, their own heart, their own mind, their own body is reinforced from produce of God's tree of life, a tree of life that exists everywhere on this world, in every place, in every building, in every room, all over the world. Trees of life, secret agent tree of life. They never knew what was going on. They were stuck in their own world. They were stuck with being upset about this or mommy, Jenny poked me yesterday, stole my stuff, broke my toys, whatever the case. They were in a whole nother life. We're coming in and we're rescuers. So don't lose that sight of goodness. Don't lose that sight of positivity in situations, because people will think about you and the impact that you left upon their life well after you even forgot of their existence. And I don't mean that in any negative way, because life moves forward, life moves on, and things happen, and it's just a memory we haven't talked about or thought about forever. So just we forget about it. But that individual, their whole life, because there was no catastrophic yelling or explosion or booty hurt feelings from our side, they're left with the greatest chances for a positive memory. And replacing the bad memories with positive memories, oh, oh, that's worth it. The journey's worth that one right there. And that's what I've seen my road has showed me, is that in the past I had a lot of negative memories, a lot of very, not all of them, don't get me wrong, but I had my fair share of the hardest of the hard for what I went through. And really, my hope, my yearning, my efforts, more than just hope, but my efforts are that people can learn from my words and they don't have to repeat or get stuck in the catastrophic moments that not only I, but others have suffered on their own journey in life. We went from a world of parents that really used corporal punishment to a society where that's it still happens. Yeah, it's not gone nowhere. It's not the mainstay no more. That's not how it goes on. We talk. We understand. You got emotions. You got feelings. Becoming aware of these things, of these feelings within. See, this is the awakening of man. This is the awakening of a new generation, a new vibration, a new frequency. Because these individuals who are very aware of their emotions, they are spiritually active. And when we're young, every scrape, every bruise is extreme, right? Crying and tears, wah! There, I mean, like, there's some blood seen, but it ain't like oozing blood or nothing. Ah! Ah! Screaming our head off. And now, shoot, get a road rash, take a portion of skin off, like, pour some rubbing alcohol on it, I'll be all right. Put a bandage on it, no worries. And that's life. That's how we can see who we're interacting with. That's what we grow beyond. That's what we develop. We get stronger. We're more resilient. And to look back on your own past and to know that you have done more than what you think. You're stronger than you believe. I'll tell you what, you are stronger than you believe. All you got to do is write down everything you've survived, and you're going to see how strong you really are. You might think, oh man, but I was screaming after that. Oh man, I was this after. Oh man, I was. But are you kicking today? Are you still around today? Yeah? You survived all that shit and you still got a positive heart somehow. You working on putting your positive heart back somehow. You didn't lose sight of who you were. You survived all of that. That is strength. That is resilience. That's some real character. You can move. You are a mountain that is moving. You are water that has been boiled into steam, rose to the heavens, condensated, formed up into water, and fell back to earth. God damn, you could survive anything, even a damn ice age. Just had to wait for the atmosphere to warm up a little bit. It's actually pretty solid. Uh, that guy Casey, if you're there, if you got a question or something, go ahead and ask away, and I'll answer it. If you are here. Let's see, is he here? Oh, boom, boom, wonderful, wonderful. How to find my altars? Ooh, good question. Yes, I definitely use crystals, stones, quartz crystals, rose quartz. Um, this is my staff, so you can see a couple of crystals here, big ones. This has crystals going all the way around it, quartz crystals, anyways. Um, yeah, like stone, wood, uh, nature, all the way, and all the elements are very, very, very important depending on how someone's working. Now, stones and whatnot, let me make very clear, stones and so forth, they do not create your energy. They amplify what your energy is. So, whatever you're focused on, the stones are going to amplify your own energy. They do change the elements in a room. For instance, this is lapis lazuli, okay? Now, lapis lazuli is important because it screams divine law and order. So, on one of my pouches that I wear on me every day, I have a few. Lapis lazuli is definitely included in there. So, if I walk into a room and someone is doing something that is not according to divine law and order, my life is in attunement with divine law and order through and through all the fucking way around. So that person's actions will actually be stopped by universal cosmic energy. For a moment, let's get the idea of God and out the idea of the cosmic energy literally will not allow it, because the resonance of this stone and what it's connected to will not allow such things to exist in its presence, especially when the chakras are lit up within the individual. The stone is having a massive reaction in the atmosphere. Again, state of the art equipment at the highest levels are barely able to detect what I'm specifically talking about. And it exists. It was taught, and everybody on the world knew the importance of these things. So, stones are very important. Very important. For where you go and what you do is they will support you, they will guide you, and they will protect you with a field of force. That force is a frequency, it is a vibration that is unified with your own chi, with your own life force, with your own energy. And in that resonance, low vibration, undeveloped structures do not have authority upon your life. Divine law and order, lapis lazuli stone is very, very important. Somebody asked earlier how they find their way to my altar. So I can give you a visual, and really that's all you need is a visual. If you're working on the spiritual side of things and you do want to connect to that energy, I'll give you a visual. Just give me a moment. The rambling gambling man. Yes, these levels are very difficult to reach of what I'm talking about. There are people out there, there's more than a few individuals out there that can reach this level. Okay, when I went to the Hindu temple, and wherever you are, I encourage you to look up a temple, whether it be Hindu or Buddhist. Look up a legit temple, old school temple, which there's likely one within nearby, not too far, maybe it is. Anyways, I went, and when I went, these dudes were. If you've heard me go over the words of power, the way I read over them, these dudes were not just chanting these mantras, man. They were just lightning speeding. And day in and day out, these ceremonies would occur. And I knew that these words were Sanskrit. They're part of my tongue. They're They got roots of words of power. There's so much connected here across the board that goes to ancient Egypt, Kemet, to go to China, and just I'm telling you, the words of power, the way they've been used in any regards. And so I went every day, and my role models for a time were the very priests at the Adipara Shakti Temple in Pontiac, Michigan, 551 West Kennett Great Temple. If you're in the area, around the area, great place to go, great place to check out. Temple of the Eternal Mother. And those priests there were my role models. They're who I just, I didn't see anybody else in my life on TV or in the physical that was doing what they had done in their dedication to their connection, their divine connection. And I saw something very tribal and something in the divine side of things that was truth throughout. And so then I found these words of power myself. I found the mantra. I can't say I found them. It was given to me. It was given to me. Somebody in the temple came, because I even asked somebody, because they would sing songs and whatnot, and I would be like, how do I look up these songs? And like nobody, like I couldn't, I won't say nobody, because I only really like asked one person or maybe mentioned it to a couple, but I didn't know the word mantra, okay? I didn't know what to look up. I don't know what to start looking up or looking into. I, I didn't know, even though I had been on the spiritual journey for a while, like I hear a mantra, but I think like one, two or three words repeated 1,000 times. I don't know. And so one day somebody comes up to me and they handed me a piece of paper at the Hindu temple, and they told me that they were inclined to share with me, and it was important that I know it. And it was called the Lalita Sahasranamam, and essentially it is a, a hymn of praise to the Divine Mother in her many different aspects. And so I looked up Lalita Sahasranama, and I got it right here, and maybe I'll read it. And I did say maybe, but I looked it up and I started going over it, and I started re- every single day I go. I looked up the English version to see what it was actually saying. I want to make sure I know what I'm saying. You know, I don't want to say anything bad, or I don't want to hurt anything. I just don't want to cause a curse. I don't know what I'm getting into. So, but I knew the heart space. I know the energy. So I looked it up. I looked up the meanings of the words and read the translation. Immensely agreed with everything that it was speaking upon and saying. And so I started reciting it, and going to the temple each and every day was essentially allowing me to be around the native language that they were using, and to hear the Sanskrit as well in the ceremonies, because their native tongue was Tamil, and or for the majority, I would say, and and I was able to hear the Sanskrit mostly used. There's others used, but for the ceremonies, and so some decent familiarity going to the temple for some time, and so I wound up reading it over it myself, and at first, of course, I'm taking like an hour plus to read over this. This should only be taking me like maybe 30 minutes. Me, you know, I could get it down into 20, like, and I think it's about 30 minutes. So you could get it down into 20 if you're really blazing over it. Um, and if you're very familiar, I don't want to say blazing, but very familiar with the words, and you can speak it very just lightning speech. And so in utilizing and working in doing that over and over and over and over and over, I got to the point where I was living up to like what my role models were doing, what the priests were doing, at least for my own capacity. Of course, I don't own a temple, and it's not what I'm doing 24/7. I got other things to do during the day and life and whatnot, though. Um, as much as I could and did, and so day after day after day was working towards this, and this became my new end. It wasn't turning on TikTok and scrolling, it wasn't turning on the TV and watching a movie. It was picking up the Sahasranama and reading over it every day and becoming more and more familiar with it. And some of the words were long, so you got to take a little bit longer and really kind of learn them. And you can, and so, because when I was younger, um, I guess I'm not. I left a huge blank out of the whole story here. Now, this is on the degree of reading very quickly, um, because essentially it's be doing reading over the 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 Sahasranama, reading it very quickly. And when I was a child in grade school, there were these people that came to our school, and they rapped and they spoke very fast, and they said, you can do this too. You just say the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. You just keep saying it over, say the same thing over and over and over and over, and then all of a sudden you could say it super duper fast, just like they were kind of performing and showing. So I had that awareness in my mind that by reading over and over and over, the repetition was training my own body, training my own mind, the focus, the speech, the breathing, all of it. And that is exactly how one increases their vibratory energy so that it raises to actually utilize the energy of the stones in order to utilize and be tapped in with nature beyond just an electronic device, but to truly be connected with a fellow human beyond the superficial. Uh, Shout out to Jack Boy there. The Rambling Gambling Man, 9809, Billy Carson. um, when people started saying, do you watch Billy Carson? Do you listen to Billy Carson? I'm like, who's Billy Carson? And it's kind of funny. And then, like, I saw him and I was like, oh, yeah, I've seen that dude in some documentaries and stuff like that. I'm gonna share my own view. I'm gonna say what I want concerning Billy Carson. Billy Carson, Billy Carson. If you listen in, this one's for you, bro. Like, I would like to sit down with him and have a conversation. Pop on the video, put on the cameras, make it live, put it what I can. I don't care. I'd like to talk with him. When I got onto this spiritual journey, I paid attention to what I heard from everybody talking in the field of spirituality and history and Anunnaki and all across the board. And Billy Carson was definitely one of those individuals. And so I paid attention for a good long while. I'm not going to recount the time, though I watched a lot. I took in a lot. Unbiased, unfiltered, just let me get the data into me. And and I put together, including a lot of what he had mentioned, and it allowed me to see farther. And so, in the beginning, the information I was hearing from him and the others was ahead of me, but I was on the track of getting there. Then, at a particular point in my journey, I want to say 2 years ago to 4 years ago, closer to 2 years, the individuals, as such, Billy Carson and the rest on TV, documentaries, the whole field out there, anybody talking about these things, I literally, what they were talking about was what I had just figured out. It was like we were hitting the same mark at the same time. We were getting the same information at the same time. And then I got deep. Then I jumped into ancient Egyptian. Like I jumped into it myself, hieroglyphs and all. And I'm not saying I can read and write hieroglyphs. I'm not saying that, but I jumped in, and I had said something. I made a video of it, like a freaking year prior. And I'm not saying he got it from me. I'm not saying that because the collective conscious shares information equally. Like we're sending it out to each other. So none of us have a copyright on it, but we all give to its creation. Like it's all shared. And so, but I had said it about a year before. I came to this realization. I made a video on it. And then a year later, Billy Carson, I saw a video, he popped up and he is saying exactly what I had said, and it was regarding the Jedi. And the word is literally spelled Djedi, and it is there's a hieroglyph, and it literally translates, and the D is silent. I say jetty because I kind of put the D in there, but technically there's no D. The D is completely silent. And if we pronounced it with the pronunciations of today, it sounds like Jedi, but it would be properly pronounced Jadi. Anyways, and at that point, I was like, shoot. So there's a lot of individuals who I used to listen to and take in, and if I see anything new on a documentary or a program or whatever, I definitely listen and take that in. But on any regular basis at this point, there's uh, my favorite show I like to watch as far as like supernatural stuff is like Skinwalker Ranch. Uh, that's some good that's some good data. Oh, very welcome, the Rambling Man. And you had mentioned earlier, and I think this happens for a lot of individuals, is they see me and they think I'm just rambling on or some freaking weirdo or something. It's fine, yeah, I get it. It's the atmosphere, the look, and all of that. Um, though truly, the finding people of like minds of sincere character, that's where I find people. That's where I really find individuals uh, that got some wisdom behind all the smarts um, that they've acquired in life. And those individuals, they'll be curious and they'll pay attention and they'll listen for a bit. And the foolish, the arrogant, the foolhardy. Those ones are, they're going to run ahead, they're going to make a quick judgment, and they're gone. They're going to run up, do some damage, boom, boom, whatever the case. And so they are very, very quick. They're instinctive rather than being a detective. So thank you as well. And that happens for, I believe, and not just believe, but I've had comments like that before, and I know there's a lot of individuals out there like that, and this one is for you and other people out there, because I know there's other viewers right along the same aspect that are probably watching. Okay, we're going back to like the 14 and 1500s, okay? 13, 14, 1500s in Europe. Knights on armor, on horseback. They come in and they got the swords. And they got the spears. Yeah, the deer's a little extra, but you know what I'm saying. And they got some armor, you know what I'm saying? So you got the knights, right? You got these dudes. Now, you heard of the word heavy cavalry, yeah? And in your world, when I say heavy cavalry, you picture a lot of knights, a lot of soldiers on horseback, because they got armor, they got their spears, their lances, their weapons. Heavy cavalry got nothing to do with horses, and it has nothing to do with armor. Seriously, get into the real, legit history. I did. And heavy cavalry equates into shock tactics. Shock tactics. We come in, we bash the front lines, we create a break in the wall, and then we go into the middle and we fucking tear it apart like savages. Brutal massacre from the inside, because the commanders can't issue orders to the troops, therefore the whole army is gone. There ain't no free fucking fighters in there. They're all doing what they're told. There were cooks and servants and laborers, constructions, craftsmen that were fucking, weapons were put in their hands and they were told what to do. Okay? As a knight, shock tactics is everything. So, with the appearance, with the truth and the connection of everything that I wear, that be actually authentic and a part of my life and my history and my spiritual journey, the appearance of the body is shock tactics to the mind of another. Now let me explain. Those that want to do harm, the mind of the bully, they want to hurt everybody. That is the mind that I am shocking, because they can't read me. They can't get a beat on me. Even if I told them everything, I'm still going to surprise them with something different the next day. I'm going to put something else together they ain't ever seen before. I'm going to keep pulling rabbits out my ass, my ears, and out the thin air of fucking existence. And they going to be wondering how and why. They ain't going to come pick on me, because they don't want a bully picks on something lesser than them. Shit, if I'm gonna have a fight, I'm gonna build you up and teach you to be a strong motherfucker so I could have a real fight. I don't want to just move on. Come on. So, the appearance, the shock tactics to their mind. So when they see, when they're confused, when they're betwixt, they're not in a state to hurt me, be it emotionally, be it taking advantage of me in some capacity of my kindness, wasting my time, causing me frustration unnecessarily, whatever they want to do. They know that they just gonna go pick on little Timmy instead. They ain't even gonna. But the person with love, the person with love, the person with a heart of goodness, the person who actually has some faith in life, some morals, some solid foundation, they're going to be scratching their head. They were never trying to hurt me. Now they're genuinely confused, and that confusion is going to cause interest because they're not judging. They want to understand why. So when they listen, then they're like, this is an intelligent motherfucker. What's up? Let's chat. What's going on? Clothing is a fucking tactic. You can use it to your advantage, or you could go bumbling around just like anyone else in the crowd. Just explaining a little bit of myself. Thanks. Tea's moving through me a little bit faster than water and coffee, so I'll be right back. Somebody did want to know the location of my altar, know how to get to my altar. It's actually kind of interesting because some people they know how to do things a little a little bit more consciously than I do. I just learned how to create the energy. I learned how to create the portal. They are portals. The portal is equally a barrier, a boundary of energy. It creates a safe space in which other energies cannot interact with you, thus allows you the connection that you never could have. It's distractions that screw the plan, that screws life up. It's not things that actually conquer or defeat you. They're distractions. And distractions really unnecessarily cause us to focus very intently upon a problem. And remember, whatever we focus on, we create. So if we're focusing on a problem, then we're creating problems. That's why if an issue happens for me in my life, then for me, I don't care. I figure out what the problem is, but that's not what I stop at. I'm not looking at blame. I could care less why or who at that moment. I'm focused on the solution because the solution means the problem isn't around anymore. Now, the problem will come back. Here's the aftermath, okay, once the situation is done. That's why reflection is important. That's why that time by yourself, silence, meditation, whatever you want to call it, that's why that activity is important. Because when we reflect, then we can look at the individual who caused that issue, that situation to arise. Okay, now let's look at all of their attitudes, their nuances, their ways of life, their characteristics. Okay, now that I understand that, that is not isolated to one person. There's a million motherfuckers just like that out in the world. And I'm likely to run into another one, right? Of course, it's going to happen. So I put into my long-term memory banks behaviors that are indicated with that type of full-hearted failure of creating a bad situation that I had to navigate my way out of. So when I see that type of person in the future, oh, hi, see ya, have a great day. I never get too close. Ah, nice weather, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, just waiting to go to work. Just waiting for them to open the gates here. Yeah. Whatever the case, I'm not getting into anything deep or intellectual or nothing with that person. I already know their character. You could stay happy. I'm not going to bother you. I don't got nothing against you either. I ain't trying to slow your roll rate. I want to keep moving forward. I could care less what your life has going on for it or not for it. All right. Somebody wanted to check out the altar, and I showed it the other day. I told somebody I was going to make a video. Well, I said, yeah, I'll make a video of that altar, but for those checking it out, this is my water filtration system. That's the filter at the top. And then at the bottom, or in the middle there, you can see it has like a multi-stage filter. And essentially it like alkalines the water, takes a bunch of the fluoride out, and then the stones at the bottom remineralize the water. And so then that's like my holy water, because that's where all the stones are vibrating at. So we have one pillar here, essentially one concentration of energy points, another concentration here, another concentration coming from here. Stones were like made for each other. So cool. I totally got them years apart from total different places. And then we have this concentration of stones. That's magnetite right there. Magnetite's some pretty cool stuff. And yeah, that is a Dragon of Ra Yu-Gi-Oh card next to an angel. And yes, that is a Blue Eyes White Dragon next to an angel. Oh, show the bat. Gotcha, I saw that comment. There we go. He's like, too much light. This is my staff. I did do these carvings myself. I've never done carving work before. Yes, I did carve in hieroglyphs. Yes, that is a legit sword. The company is Albion, Albion, Albion Swords. You can look that up. A fantastic, fantastic company that makes real swords. I mean, they are from weight to balance to characteristics functionally. They are some amazing replications of the original stuff. Oh, there he is. There's my elf. Okay, I see it. Oh, elf. He's a pretzel harmony, yes. Yeah, that is like a little Tesla coil. I haven't plugged it in for a good long while. But I love history. And there's so much to learn. That's cool. But that's my house. Or my room. I make bread. They're like little biscuit bread things. I used to make tortillas. I mean, I still can, but I've been enjoying making these little bread bits. But essentially, for anybody who is trained or knows a thing or two about the spiritual side of things, can essentially, I mean, if you're looking for my altar on a spiritual side of things, that will allow you to find that energy pretty directly. And like, let me fix this a little bit here. That'd be better. Though I found an appreciation for things, and in many faiths, I've went through many transformations. People talk about being reborn, and I'll tell you what, on my journey, I found that if you really on God's path, Divine Father, the Divine Mother, if you really being directed, you're going to be reborn many times. Because in order to transform from human connections to divine connections, oh, there is much growing to do. There is much growing. Oh, oh. That molding, that crafting of an artist. When we think of a creator, a mother, a father, designing, helping us, moving us, encouraging us, what meticulous work, what fine attunement is being applied. Because we are not just clay, we are water and heart and mind and body and soul. We are all of these things. My mom did everything she could to protect me every day of her life. And when I was within religion, born and raised for 28 years or so, ain't in it no more. People ask me how old I am and then they don't believe me or whatever the case, but I'm in my 40s. I decided I don't want to remember how my age. I don't want to remember my age till I'm 50, so I just say I'm in my 40s. But my mother did something that religion did not. See, religion seemed to protect me from outside influences, more problems than life was really needing. But in their protection, they did not teach me how to be aware of my circumstances. They did not teach me how to navigate the world. They only shielded me from it. And when something only shields you from it, you're not growing up, you're not learning, you're not developing. You're likely to be taken advantage of by somebody. And trust me, there's a gajillion people out there that want to take advantage of you. It's important to find the correct ones that are looking to build a friendship with you, are looking to have some type of brother, sister, cousin, spiritual ancestor, whatever you want to call it, but somebody who's a buddy. You know, what's up, buddy? Not somebody you're like, ah, what's up, man? All love, all greatness, all positivity. Those in the past created a world in their mind, a world full of concerns, concerns that individuals are starting to get beyond these days. We were talking earlier about individuals growing up and the, the emotions being valued. A lot more talking, a lot more expressing, a lot more understanding. This has been said in other capacities, but before we have sought to discover the world outside of us, and while I do talk about that in talking with others and cultures and so forth and so on. That journey to the inside is invaluable. That journey to be able to be oneself and know oneself, to know what you're feeling, and to be able to say, you know what, those feelings don't really belong to me. That's an ability. That's a strength. That's a superpower. I said earlier that you're a superhero. A superhero. They can't stop and be bothered with what every single person has to say about their life. They got to keep moving on to save the next person, the next soul, the next individual. Talked about demons and the relation of not being a consciousness or a person or entity, but a gravity well of energy that does not allow a particle, a quantum mechanical, quantumly connected particle, it does not allow it to leave its location. It's stuck to a location, one specific location, no transmission in or out, it's stuck right there. For you to do something that you've wanted to do your whole life, but you've held back for whatever reason, okay? They said you weren't good enough. Heck, I told people for so long, I'm a bad musician, I'm a bad musician, I'm a bad musician. Well, guess what? There was a 10-year-old, 12-year-old kid. He comes, sits on the bench next to me. I said, I'm a bad musician. And he says, well, guess what? I said, what? He said, there's bad musicians and there's good musicians. But guess what? I said, what? He said, they're both musicians. I said, huh, I'm a musician. Totally changed my perspective. Totally changed my viewpoint. It doesn't matter if I'm bad or good. If I want to do it, I'm going to do it and I'm going to get better at it. I'm going to get better as I learn it. The more I do it, that's the faster I'll get better. That's the more I'll click it together. That's the more I'll be like, ooh, ooh, I see where those things go together. Nobody else put that together before. Save your notes. Write a book. Make a video. Do your thing. But share in the creation of this world. Be a participant in the creation of this world with your flavor, with your zen, with your zap, with whatever it is you got to bring to the table. And if you don't know what you got to bring, then hey, try out some different flavored ice creams. All I did was eat vanilla year after year. Vanilla, 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 vanilla. And then one day I was like, strawberry. Oh, that's my favorite. And then I tried like another one and another one and another one. And now I'm just like, is there any new ones I want to out there? I want to try the new ones. Right? You know how that is. Sometimes you got to try what is out in the world to see if you like it or if you don't. If you didn't give it a go, you don't know. But if you tried it once, you could be like, not again. No. Yeah, I'll do that one again. Whatever it is. I mean, I'm not saying to go bad things or whatever, but you follow what I'm talking about. A very real fact is too much suppression will create a combustible reaction. If you ever worked with like a pressure cooker or anything of that matter, you know it's kind of wise. It lets air out every so often. It'll like things will it has a pressure valve. So when the pressure gets too much, it'll release. And when it's supposed to, it'll do what it's supposed to. And if you take the lid off too long, especially doing one of them pressure cookers, or you do it, it's whatever. Too much pressure and quick release. Anyways, you already get the idea. Big old mess. If we understand our emotions, if we understand our own connection with our environment and how we are, then we don't have to suppress things to where it creates that explosion. We can let the valve release the pressure every so often, and no massive catastrophe, no combustion creating an explosion. It's those moments in life, those explosive moments in life that really set us back. Those weren't just distractions, those were big setbacks. And this is why I stress, I mention it on a regular basis, quite darn practically, to accept failure. At certain points where one has seen that their efforts have proved time and time again that the other, it's just not working out. I find that when I 2 to 3 times failure, okay, either one, I got a dream that I'm working towards, and those failures are going to stack up fine. That's okay. Or B, it's something I'm trying out for the first time, and I fail for the first 3 times. Forget it. You know what? That just ain't that ain't my sauce. I ain't got a knack for it. I'll move on to the next thing. I could do something else. I got plenty of ideas on the table. That I got another one in progress. I'm gonna try that one next. That allows one to avoid that catastrophe. Being able to identify the irritant in the situation, knowing when to walk away, knowing how to release one's own energy. When I don't do it anymore. I haven't had the need or desire or whatever. I grew out of it over the years in my spiritual journey. Well, when I was full of rage, when I get really angry with the world at what was going on, or some injustice, or some personal frustration, shoot, I take my forearms and I go swing on a tree, solid tree. I go swing on it as hard as I could with proper form. And when I would hit, near my wrist or a little too high or whatever the case, then I would stop because I knew I lost control. So if I lost control and I was just releasing this energy, that's not where I want to be. I want to stay in control. That's very fundamental and important. And so those, but that's what I would do to get that rage out, to get that frustration out. I needed some type of contact, and it was bone strength, strengthening, whatever you want to call it. That's what I was doing. So to find out wherever you are in life that there is a way to release the energy in a peaceable manner, in some or in some type of manner when where nobody's going to get hurt, including yourself. That's the idea. And the only way you can know that is that you've done that before. You've went to that route before. You discovered that before. You didn't wait for the last moment. When you wait for the last moment and then all of a sudden there's an explosion out of nowhere, that's where life goes south. Avoid south, keep moving north. It's been a great day. We still got some time here. Let's think about some stories, perhaps. Do you want to hear a joke? I guess I got a joke or two. The first one's kind of a joke, but it's more of a reality. But you'll get it. Look, they say there's no I in team, okay? I get that. But there is the letters M and E, and there is an I in win. It's a collective consciousness, right? We all is one. Four is one. One for all for one, all for the elements. I like that one. Um, I don't necessarily do voodoo. Like I can clear out voodoo, but like hoodoo's the good stuff. Voodoo's like the bad stuff, and I can clear out the bad stuff, but I don't work it. You know. Like the dolls, you're wondering about the dolls. Um, well, first of all, I had two daughters and they passed away, and so I'll never forget them. Like they're always with me. I always, it's like I don't see them as going. I see them. I see their spirits are here if they want to be here, like as if they were here. So I'm not. I don't have a. Like gotta have some way to deal with loss. No, I don't have anything that belonged to anybody of my past anymore, except my own flesh. Um, but like these two, see, look, this is Banger because he's a headbanger because he likes to rock. He likes rock music. He's a unicorn. See, and then I got Pinky. See, oh Pinky, what's up? Because I'm a kid too. I'm a kid at heart. People grew up, but I'm a Toys R Us kid. I don't want to grow up. I don't want to grow up. Screw growing up. How you enjoying life all grown up? Going to that church and being told by the same priest every single freaking week, and then getting to the end of your life and like you still don't understand the Bible. You still don't know what God is. You don't know, still don't know how you still lost. You stuck at work every day. How's your life going? That's why I said I just be a kid because I saw how it's going. That's how my parents were. That's how my grandparents were. But my grandfather taught me something. My grandfather somehow, some way, without words, he really taught me how to stay a kid. I don't know what it is. Maybe I need to go to the store and get some chips and hot salsa and Diet Coke just to feel like my grandfather's here. Actually, my grandfather, he would have wanted a brewski. He would drink beer. He liked his beer. But then the church, they were like, oh, you can't drink anymore. And he was like, well, fuck. And he started drinking Diet Coke. You know, Diet Coke was, that probably ended his damn life right there. That contributed to his heart attack. His heart exploded literally. It wasn't just a heart attack. It literally shot out the bottom of his heart. There was a dent in this corrugated metal that he was working on, and the dent was from his head hitting the metal when he died. And the doctor said that before his head hit the metal, he was already lights out. His heart literally is out, and he died in his 50s. He did not even turn 60 years old. My mom, she died at 56. She didn't even turn 60. I'm in my 40s. They're not dead. So, yeah. Yeah. Really, what I wind up doing in the context of your question of contacting the dead, I provide a safe atmosphere and I utilize sound to make that atmosphere what it is palpably. And the person has their own connection, the person has their own experience. And so I don't need to communicate somebody's dead relative's information to them. You can have that experience yourself, and it doesn't take anything like to do that. It's at other times like I've spoken, but see, you use the word dead as if connotating that their life has ended physically and that they have stopped growing, that they exist consciously, but they are existing in limbo. And for me, I see a person who has physically died, their soul has ascended. So they're not stuck where they were, they've actually progressed. They've developed. They've become somebody new, and the person's stuck on the past with an old view. So that's why the person who's like, oh, my dead relative can't make contact with their dead relative because they're not fucking dead. They're very much alive. And if they don't realize that they're alive, then they'll never actually hear them in their heart because it's in their heart that they're going to hear them. It's around their environment. They're like, whoa, that person looks like them. Whoa, that person sounds like them. Whoa, they did something. Whoa, why'd they give me that? That stranger give me that gift? Because it was it was their living freaking ancestor that's trying to tell you, numbskull, I'm alive. Hello. And people just don't want to accept that reality. They just want to chalk it up to coincidence or whatever, so that they're not emotionally disturbed or some shit like that. They stay in denial. And that's why for those people, you can't help them. They have to want to grow to have that experience. And that's each person's choice to make when they get there. And the whole world's waking up. They do. They really do. I mean, I truly like my grandfather. He really is I've seen him active throughout my life. He passed away when I was 10. His name was Larry. And I remember when he died, his body was in the funeral home. And like his funeral was like it was packed. Everybody was there. It was so huge. But before that happened, my mom was talking to a lady, and it was just her and the lady, and they were like talking on the front row or whatever the case of chairs, benches, whatnot. And I went up to the body of my grandfather, which was in the casket, Grandpa Larry, and I'm 10 years old, seriously, emotionally, everything. I'm literally playing Itsy Bitsy Spider, goes up the water spout on my grandfather, up and down his tie, from his chest to his neck. Just, and I remember clear as day. I said it. I'll see you when I get there. I'll see you when I get there. Like, he was alive. I didn't see him dead. His body, his flesh may have been still not moving and going into the ground, but I, he was alive. In my viewpoint, in my heart, there was nothing dead about him. And throughout my life, I've seen his presence. I've seen him work. I've seen him move. I've seen him help other spirits that needed help with their daughter, with their son. My grandpa Larry, he got with somebody else's grandpa who in the afterlife, in heaven or wherever, they're hanging out and doing their jam. And they were like, boom, that's why I wound up bumping into that person. That's why I wound up having that thing. That's why I wound up going there, because I had somebody to help realize that their grandpa or their grandma was trying to shout out to them too. I'll show you what I did. I'll tell you the whole damn story too. I'll leave it like that. My ex, her father's name is Thomas, and he passed away during Christmas. And I was born December 23rd. Yeah. And her father talked to me through Larry regularly. And her whole life was full of misery because she only saw Thomas as dead. I made this out of spite because she couldn't hear him. I did. I crafted this out of spite. And it spells you, Thomas hears. It says you. I sewed this. I cut it, sewed it. Now it's all. I wear this with me. Because Thomas couldn't make contact with his daughter. And he wasn't done working on this world. Spirits, they're going to find somebody to work with to get the mission done. They got friends and family over there and ancestors just like we got ours. We got a grandpa and grandma. Well, they have a grandpa and grandma too. And they need help too. This is a shaman. This is a wise woman. This is the individual who's really doing the real. Not some mother behind a podium being like, oh, I'm great. Give me your money. Here's a product. Let me baptize you. Don't you feel great? Fuck that shit. Bunch of goddamn. They gave us the problems we got in our world. Because we bought a bunch of snake oil. That's all we did. We bought a bunch of snake oil. We thought it was good stuff. We thought it was a cure. We did what they said. We suppressed and denied. And it didn't work. from a person to a structured organization, you can look at them and see their direction. This is why I continually put out to people, learn from all sources, but belong to none of them. Be free to move and read a book. Be free to see some entertainment and know that you're learning from it. Know that you're getting information from it. That's not, doesn't have to be the world you're creating, doesn't have to be the world you choose to live in. You're studying the world. If you deny a portion of the world of its existence, your sight becomes so closed. That closure, that's it's a reduction of options, it's a reduction of your awareness. And just like we said at the outset, your awareness is the key to your eternity of adventure, your eternity to move forward. If you're not aware of it, you can't find the way out. You didn't even know there was a way out. You thought that was the only thing in existence. That was your world. That was your reality. You had no perceptions beyond. I want to talk about it for my own, in my own direction. But I had read back there was a comment, and as I was showing around the room, people said, "Find God. Go to Christ." And I can't help but think and wonder as I look at the Egyptian aspects and the diversity, creativity, unity. I can't help but see the effects of Christianity itself. Some talk of being something, but the representation is truly gone. It's not there. In its very name, it stands up and casts judgment. It says, obviously, you're wrong because you're not. Hold on. What is it? Where is it? Where we got him? I thought I got him somewhere. Every time I look for him, I can't find him, but I know I got him. I see him all the time, some every day. You know the cross. You know Jesus. You ain't got the big old cross stretched out with the dead guy and blood coming off his head and face and palms. You know, if you ain't worshiping the guy that's dead on that cross, then you must be evil. Well, that's their effects. They told people not to learn. They said, don't read those books. Don't do those things. Keep your head in the ground. Or we kick you in the butt. I'll teach their own. No, as I mentioned, the fruits of every single person and every single grouping is going to produce the fruit. Their environment, their emotions, their words, they are the product. They are the fruit. They are the generation of that production. And the world has a lot of productions. I think we have far exceeded and excelled beyond in our awareness and our concern and our love and our attitude to the world and the importance of that. We need to preserve it. Because if you're not aware of it, our world is suffering and going downhill quite rapidly. And if we don't make some big changes as humanity, this whole world's going to shake everybody off it. But that's one thing I learned in all my studies is that we have the ability to create our future, to have an influence upon our future, and to do that through the Word. See, the Word was and what is God? The Word, the spoken Word, the spell of the Word of power, the word of life that you are, that you can create. We can change our future. We can change prophecy because we don't have to choose the path that other people put before us. We can choose to diverge and follow our faith. We can choose to be how we are. One of the biggest realities in my existence is the difference between a few hundred years ago to today. The kind of things I'm talking about, the kind of things that people can share freely amongst each other on a spiritual level, on a faith level. A few hundred years ago, whew, what a change. This would not be in existence. Our freedoms have been fought for. There have been individuals in the past, very distant past and very recent past, that has fought for our freedoms to be able to speak and do as we are, to share what we're sharing and to learn from each other freely. And this is a door that I eagerly desire to pass through. I guess one of these days I gotta keep the live going and make bread for y'all, like in person. See, like, you're cracking open some bread. I don't know, biscuit bread. I put flour, I put baking powder, I put baking soda and some salt, and sometimes I put in some pepper or some other things, and like they taste great with gravy and pretty much anything. I put on them in my pot pies. They kind of turn out like little dumplings. Oh, let me see. It's pretty cool what you can make with your own hands from some basic ingredients. I mean, like all I use each time is flour, baking powder, baking soda, and oil. I got some olive oil, so I prefer that over the other kinds. And water. That's it. 5 ingredients. I don't even use milk. I don't use eggs. I don't use nothing else. That's all. And they turn out like great little biscuits or little bread things. But last time I put this like lemon pepper stuff in them, and I put some paprika. That's pretty nice. Yeah, jam. They go great with an assortment of things. I even got little cookies, and so I put them with the cookies. Pretty good. Interesting thing, if you get the little cookies, like with the little cream in the middle, and the little vanilla ones, and you get some peanut butter, if you put the right amount of peanut butter to cookie ratio, it tastes like a Nutter Butter. It's pretty awesome. It's like boom. I do have a jar of dirt. Look, see? It's in a big cheese ball thing, but you know, technically, it's a big old thing of dirt. Somebody mentioned that they appreciated what I was saying, but didn't need the peacock Dress up. Interesting enough, this has just been part of my journey. This is what I do. This is who I am. Um, like lately, I've been taking like 3 or 4 necklaces off, but the rest I leave on. The bracelets, they don't come off. I am who I am. My dress is my dress. My style is my style. And if other people are doing it for other reasons or motives, those are not my concern. I'm living my life as I choose to, as I've grown accustomed to. And and everything that I've learned on the ancient Egyptian side, I've delved more and more and more and more into it. And those aspects of one's journey is, if one truly does go on it, it changes their look, their style. I mean, just look at the old ancients of times, individuals who came into Egypt and conquered it. They didn't change Egypt. They became part of its culture. That was a great, wonderful thing about Old Kemet, was that even though the place had a different ruler or authority, the culture, the people were still honored. There's something very special still happening, and that's where I exist. And I've explained a little bit on the outfit look before earlier. So after the live is over, some time later, it'll be available for replay, and you can replay it and see that, hear that explanation again. But I'm not one to repeat such a explanation so quickly, back to back to itself. Yeah, hmm. Interesting. That looks good. The Girl Without Hands. A certain miller had little by little fallen into poverty and had nothing left but his mill and a large apple tree behind it. Once, when he had gone into the forest to fetch wood, an old man stepped up to him whom he had never seen before, and said, "Why dost thou plague thyself with cutting wood? I will make thee rich, if thou wilt promise me and what is standing behind thy mill." "What can that be but my apple tree?" thought the miller, and said yes, and gave a written promise to the stranger. He, however, laughed mockingly and said, "When 3 years have passed, I will come and carry away what belongs to me." And then he went with the miller and got home. And the miller got home. His wife
He came to meet him and said, "Tell me, miller, from whence thou comes this sudden wealth into our house? All at once every box and chest was filled. No one brought it in, and I know not how it happened." He answered, "It comes from a stranger who met me in the forest and promised me great treasure. I in return have promised him what stands behind the mill. We can very well give him the big apple tree for it." "Ah, husband," said the terrified wife, "that must have been the devil. He did not mean the apple tree, but our daughter who was standing behind the mill sweeping the yard." The miller's daughter was a beautiful, pious girl, and lived through the 3 years in the fear of God and without sin. When therefore the time was over, and the day came when the evil one was to fetch her, she washed herself clean and made a circle round herself with chalk. The devil appeared quite early, but he could not come near to her. Angrily he said to the miller, "Take all the water away from her, that she may no longer be able to wash herself, for otherwise I have no power over her." The miller was afraid and did so. The next morning the devil came again, but she had wept on her hands, and they were quite clean. Again he could not get near her, and furiously said to the miller, "Cut her hands off, or else I cannot get the better of her." The miller was shocked and answered, "How could I cut off my own child's hands?" Then the evil one threatened him and said, "If thou dost not do it, thou art mine, and I will take thee thyself." The father became alarmed and promised to obey him. So he went to the girl and said, "My child, if I do not cut off both thine hands, the devil will carry me away, and in my terror I have promised to do it. Help me in my need and forgive me the harm I do thee." She replied, "Dear father, do with me what you will. I am your child." Thereupon she laid down both her hands and let them be cut off. The devil came for the third time, but she had wept so long and so much on the stumps that after all they were quite clean. Then he had to give in and had lost all right over her. The miller said to her, "I have by means of thee received such great wealth that I will keep thee most delicately as long as thou livest." But she replied, "Here I cannot stay. I will go forth compassionate. People will give me as much as I require." Thereupon she caused her maimed arms to be bound to her back, and by sunrise she set out on her way and walked the whole day until night fell. Then she came to a royal garden, and by the shimmering of the moon she saw that the trees covered with beautiful fruits grew in it, but she could not answer but she could not enter, for there was much water round about it. And as she walked the whole day and not eaten one mouthful, hunger tormented her, and she thought, "Ah, if I were but inside, that I might eat of the fruit, else must I die of hunger." Then she knelt down, called on God the Lord, and prayed, and suddenly an angel came toward her, who made a dam in the water so that the moat became dry and she could walk through it. And now she went into the garden, and the angel went with her. She saw a tree covered with beautiful pears, but they were all counted. And then she went to them, and to still her hunger, ate one with her mouth from the tree, but no more. The gardener was watching, but as the angel was standing by, he was afraid and thought the maiden was a spirit, and was silent. Neither did he dare to cry out or to speak to the spirit. But she had eaten the pear. She was satisfied, and went and concealed herself among the bushes. The king to whom the garden belonged came down to it next morning, and counted, and saw that one of the pears was missing, and asked the gardener what had become of it, as it was not lying beneath the tree, but it was gone. Then answered the gardener, "Last night a spirit came in who had no hands, and ate off one of the pears with its mouth." The king said, "How did the spirit get over the water, and where did it go after it had eaten the pear?" The gardener answered, "Someone came in a snow white garment from heaven, who made a dam and kept water back, that the spirit might walk through the moat. And as it must have been an angel, I was afraid, and asked no questions, and did not cry out. When the spirit had eaten the pear, it went back again. The king said, "If it be as thou sayest, I will watch with thee tonight." When it grew dark, the king came into the garden and brought a priest with him, who was to speak to the spirit. All three seated themselves beneath the tree and watched. At midnight, the maiden came creeping out of the thicket, went into the tree, and again ate one pear off it with her mouth, and beside her stood the angel in white garments. Then the priest went out to them and said, "Comest thou from heaven or from earth? Art thou a spirit or a human being?" She replied, "I am no spirit, but am unhappy, mortal, deserted by all but God." The king said, "If thou art forsaken by all the world, yet will I not forsake thee." He took her with him into his royal palace, and she was also so beautiful and good. He loved her with all his heart, and silver hands made for her, and took her to wife. After a year, the king had to take the field, so he commended to his young queen to care for his mother, and said, "If she is brought to bed, take care of her, nurse her well, and tell me of it once in a letter." Then she gave birth to a fine boy. So the old mother made haste to write and announce the joyful news to him. But the messenger rested by a brook on the way, and as he was fatigued by the great distance, he fell asleep. Then came the devil, who was always seeking to injure the good queen, and exchanged the letter for another, in which was written that the queen had brought a monster into the world. When the king read the letter, he was shocked and much troubled, but he wrote in answer that they were to take great care of the queen and nurse her well until his arrival. The messenger went back with the letter, but rested at the same place and again fell asleep. Then came the devil once more and put a different letter in his pocket, in which it was written that they were put the queen and her child to death. The old mother was terribly shocked when she received the letter and could not believe it. She wrote back again to the king, but received no other answer, because each time the devil substituted a false letter, and in the last letter it was also written that she was to preserve the queen's tongue and eyes as a token that she had obeyed. But the older mother wept to think such innocent blood was to be shed, and had a hind brought by night, and cut out her tongue and eyes, and kept them. Then said she to the queen, "I cannot have thee killed as the king commands, but here thou mayest stay no longer. Go forth into the wide world with thy child, and never come here again." The poor woman tied her child on her back and went away with eyes full of tears. She came into a great wild forest, and then she fell on her knees and prayed to God. And the angel of the Lord appeared to her and led her to a little house on which was a sign with the words, "Here all dwell free." A snow white maiden came out of the little house and said, "Welcome, Lady Queen," and conducted her inside. Then they unbound the little boy from her back and held him to her breast that he might be fed, and laid him in a beautifully made little bed. Then said the poor woman, "From whence knowest thou that I was a queen?" The white maiden answered, "I am an angel sent by God to watch over thee and thy child." The queen stayed 7 years in the little house and was well cared for, and by God's grace, because of her piety, her hands, which had been cut off, grew once more. At last the king came home again from the war, and his first wish was to see his wife and the child. Then his aged mother began to weep and said, "Thou wicked man, why didst thou write to me that I was to take those two innocent lives?" And she showed him the two letters which the evil one had forged. Then he continued, "I did as thou badest me." And she showed the tokens, the tongue and the eyes. Then the king began to weep for his poor wife and his little son so much more bitterly than she was doing, that the aged mother had compassion on him and said, "Be at peace, she still lives. I secretly caused a hind to be killed and took these tokens from it. But I bound the child to thy wife's back and bade her to go forth into the wide world, and made her promise never to come back here again, because thou wert so angry." Then spoke the king, I will go as far as the sky is blue, and will neither eat nor drink until I have found again my dear wife and my child, if in the meantime they have not been killed or died of hunger. Thereupon the king traveled about for 7 long years, and sought her in every cleft of the rocks and in every cave, but he found her not, and thought she had died of want. During the whole of this time he neither ate nor drank, but God supported him. At length he came into a great forest, and found therein the little house whose sign was, Here all dwell free. Then forth came the white maiden, took him by the hand, led him in, and said, Welcome, Lord King, and asked him from whence he came. He answered, Soon shall I have travelled about for the space for 7 years, and I seek my wife and her child, but cannot find them. The angel offered him meat and drink, but he did not take anything, and only wished to rest a little. Then he lay down to sleep and put a handkerchief over his face. Thereupon the angel went into the chamber where the queen sat with her son, whom she usually called Sorrowful, and said to her, Go with thy child, thy husband hath come. So she went to the place where he lay, and the handkerchief fell from his face, and said she, Sorrowful, pick up thy father's handkerchief and cover thy face again. The child picked it up and put it over his face again. The king in his sleep heard what passed, and had pleasure in letting the handkerchief fall once more. But the child grew impatient, and said, Dear mother, how can I cover my father's face when I have no father in this world? I have learnt to say the prayer, Our Father which art in heaven. Thou hast told me that my father was in heaven, and was the good God. And how can I know a wild man like this? He is not my father. When the king heard that, he got up and asked who they were. Then said she, I am thy wife, and that is thy son, Sorrowful. And he saw her living hands, and said, My wife has silver hands. She answered, The good God has caused my natural hands to grow again. And the angel went into the inner room, and brought the silver hands, and showed them to him. Hereupon he knew for a certainty that it was his dear wife and his dear child, and he kissed them, and was glad, and said, A heavy stone is fallen from off mine heart. Then the angel of God gave them one meal with her, and after that they went home to the king's aged mother. There were great rejoicings everywhere, and the king and queen were married again, and lived contentedly to their happy end. That book was the Grimm's Fairy Tales, and the particular one was called The Girl Without Hands. The Girl Without Hands. Yeah, that was a pretty good book. I enjoyed that. Pretty interesting.
Canterbury. Those are some good tales. The Canterbury tales. I enjoy those. I got one. I got one. It's pretty poetical and all that good stuff. Oh. It's interesting how much is available out there in the world for you to be able to grasp and jump into attunement with, be able to learn from stories of old, information from science articles, all sorts of things in this world we can learn from and develop from. People naturally, they separate things, they put things in their own boxes. That's how the world is constructed around us. Everything has its own place. It's that goes over there, that doesn't mix with this. You don't do that in society. Every spiritual book I've found, from the Bible to any other spiritual book on meditation or anything else, has said don't follow the world. The world's got their trends, it's got their fashions. You want to find out who you are. Don't follow them. So that's self-discovery. Learn from them. Learn from those sources. Take it from those sources. Absorb those sources. Make connections. It doesn't have to make somebody else happy. It's there because it makes you happy. These are values. These are aspects of one's foundation to have. You cannot please everybody. Have that mentality. I can't please everybody. So if I can't please everybody, why expend the time, energy, or effort trying to please one person? When I wrote my own book, I didn't write it with a sight in mind that I'm going to sell it to people. I wrote it with a sight in mind that this is for me to put all my ideas together and understand what I've put together from the world. My own journey. People constantly tell me, well, you gotta change it so other people can understand it better. You gotta speak, because if you want people to hear you, you gotta open up to more people. That's not my job. That's not my responsibility. Plenty of books and plenty of famous men and people, certainly, they spent that time trying to tell people to get their heart right and do all that stuff in so many different ways. Anyway. breath is important. Breath does change up energy. Breath greatly affects your trance state of being. If you're unfamiliar or not, your trance state of being allows you to realize certain sets of information, and you can change that through your breath. In times of conflict, we've talked about disconnecting from emotional situations. And in being able to do this, changing up one's breathing is vastly important. Now, some individuals can learn techniques, but in the heat of a moment, for me, I'm going to tell you what I did. When I became aware that there was a situation or a moment that was getting out of hand or out of control, something I was connecting to emotionally or whatnot that I knew was not serving me, wasn't where I wanted to be, I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath, but I would just change my breathing. That's all. So if I was breathing too much, I was breathing very fast, then I'd slow down my breathing. If I was breathing slow, then I'd speed up my breathing. But just doing that, just changing my breath, allowed me to shift gears. It allowed me to shift the gears of my energy from the root chakra all the way up to the crown. That's how you change your archetype. That's how you change those structures, those things. Anyways. Take care, Brandon Stockton. But that was a decent question. Somebody asked, do I follow scripture? I found that there are holy scriptures being written every single day in places all around the world. There's the voice of the Divine Father and Mother that is in existence, and that's what you tap into through your own intuition. Or not. That whole mind, body, spirit thing. Does anybody have any questions or quandaries or anything in particular? Correct kind of question I'm happy to respond to. If you would like to send any questions or quandaries or anything like that, feel free to send it to cetra@yahoo.com. That's my email. Or just make a comment on one of the videos. I usually check those notifications or whatnot. The three languages. An aged count once lived in Switzerland who had only one son, but he was stupid and could learn nothing. Then he said to his father,
Hark thee, my son, I can get nothing into thy head. Let me try as I will, thou must go from hence. I will give thee into the care of his celebrated master, who shall see what he can do with thee. The youth was sent into a strange town and remained a whole year with the master. At the end of this time he came home again, and his father asked, "Now, my son, what hast thou learnt?" "Father, I have learnt what the dogs say when they bark." "Lord, have mercy on us," cried the father. "Is that all thou hast learned? I will send thee into another town, to another master." The youth was taken thither and stayed a year with this master likewise. When he came back, the father asked, "My son, what hast thou learnt?" He answered, "Father, I have learnt what the birds say." Then the father fell into a rage and said, "O thou lost man, thou hast spent the precious time and learnt nothing. Art thou not ashamed to appear before mine eyes? I will send thee to a third master, but if thou learnest nothing this time also, I will no longer be thy father." And the youth remained a whole year with the third master also. And when he came back again, and his father inquired, "My son, what hast thou learnt?" He answered, "Dear father, I have this year learnt what the frog croaks." Then the father fell into the most furious anger, sprang up, called his people thither, and said, "This man is no longer my son. I drive him forth and command you to take him out into the forest and kill him." They took him forth, but when they should have killed him, they could not do it for pity, and let him go. And they cut the eyes and the tongue out of a deer, that they might carry them to the old man as a token. The youth wandered on, and after some time came to a fortress, where he begged for a night's lodging. "Yes," said the lord of the castle, "if thou wilt pass the night down there in the old tower, go thither. But I warn thee, it is at the peril of thy life, for it is full of wild dogs, which bark and howl without stopping, and at certain hours a man has to be given to them, whom they at once devour." The whole district was in sorrow and dismay because of them, and yet no one could do anything to stop this. The youth, however, was without fear, and said, "Just let me go down to the barking dogs and give me something that I can throw to them. They will do nothing to harm me." As he himself would have it so, they gave him some food for the wild animals and let him down the tower. When he went inside, the dogs did not bark at him, but wagged their tails quite amicably around him, ate what he set before them, and did not hurt one hair of his head. Next morning, to the astonishment of everyone, he came out again safe and unharmed, and said to the lord of the castle, "The dogs have revealed to me in their own language why they dwell there, and bring evil on the land. They are bewitched, and are obliged to watch over a great treasure which is below in a tower, and they can have no rest until it is taken away. And I have likewise learnt from their discourse how that it is to be done." Then all who heard this rejoiced, and the lord of the castle said he would adopt him as a son if he accomplished it successfully. He went down again, and as he knew what he had to do, he did it thoroughly, and brought a chest full of gold out with him. The howling of the wild dogs was henceforth heard no more. They had disappeared, and the country was freed from the trouble. After some time, he took it into his head that he would travel to Rome. On the way, he passed by a marsh in which a mad number of frogs were sitting croaking. He listened to them, and when he became aware of what they were saying, he grew very thoughtful and sad. At last he arrived in Rome, where the Pope had just died, and there was great difficulty as to whom they should appoint as his successor. They at length agreed that the person should be chosen as Pope who should be distinguished by some divine and miraculous token. And just as that was decided on, the young count entered into the church, and suddenly two snow white doves flew on his shoulders and remained sitting there. The ecclesiastics recognized therein the token from above, and asked him on the spot if he would be pope. He was undecided, and knew not if he were worthy of this, but the doves counseled him to do it, and at length he said yes. Then was he anointed and consecrated, and thus was fulfilled what he had heard from the frogs on his way, which had so affected him that he was to be his holiness the Pope. Then he had to sing a mass, and did not know one word of it, but the two doves sat continually on his shoulders, and said it all in his ear. Ain't that something? What I was reading was the three languages from the Grimm's fairy tales. On How's the Coffee today, I will say that I have been having tea. So it's definitely been tea today. No, let's see. What direction of what shall we talk about next? We got more stories, that's for sure. How about some Cicero? Where we left off was the orator. Okay, I'll hold off for a moment. Number one, the RPG comment, man, that's great. What's up, Seth Morris? Um, I create relics, that's for sure. The headpiece, what's the headpiece for? The headpiece really is when I'm working, if I'm doing any type of spiritual working, then this headpiece is a bit of a connection to a variety of energies that is definitely going to get the information quick. I don't necessarily have to do a special anything for communication or interaction to happen. It's really like a broadcasting piece, very connected. The stones amplify our chakras in those areas, and stones and different elements are very important. One thing I see represented over and over on many of the Egyptian initiates upon their path, and even of the Nethers, of the deities of the pantheon of the Egyptians, even some of them in their positions have a red band around their head. And so in that much, I have a very strong connection in that. Uh, I love Egyptian. I really love enjoying and delving into everything Egyptian. Hmm. Though upon my journey, one thing I found was the orator. I found that was an amazing thing. So here we got Kervern. I think about the old days very often, my brother, and whenever I do so, I'm constantly struck by the extraordinary happy fortune of the men who lived in an age when the Republic was at its best. Noble careers came their way and great fame, and yet all their political activities did not involve them in the smallest personal danger, and if they retired from politics, they were able to retire honorably. There was once a time when I too imagined that I might well become entitled, with more or less universal approval, to retire from public life and devote my thoughts to the wonderful studies we both love so much. The endless toil of speech making would be over, and so would all the business of getting oneself elected to state offices, since the progression from one post to another would have been completed, and I should have reached just the right age for the change to a new way of life. That is what I was thinking of and planning for. But my hopes have been dashed. The catastrophic experiences from which we are all suffering have frustrated such expectations completely, and so have my own various personal crises. The time which ought to have been the most serene and tranquil of my life proved exactly the opposite, producing a more pressing horde of vexations and tempestuous storms that I had never experienced in all my days. What I wanted and longed for I entirely failed to get. This was leisure to enable me to pursue once again, in association with yourself, the studies you and I have been so devoted to ever since we were boys. Instead, just when I was growing up, the old orders started to collapse. Then came my consulship, which plunged me right into the middle of a conflict of the most critical character and of universal proportions. And ever since that moment, I have been trying to stem that flood. I succeeded in saving our fellow countrymen from its onslaught, only to find the waves engulfing myself instead. Events are deeply worrying, and time is short, but all the same, when those studies of ours beckon, how can I fail to respond? When the intrigues of my enemies, the calls of friendship, the demands of public service allow me an instant of spare time, I intend to devote every moment I can to writing. Besides, when it is you, my brother, who urges me to do precisely this, in no uncertain fashion, I cannot possibly refuse to obey, because no man's wish or influence carries greater weight with me than yours. The way in which I propose to meet your request is by evoking the memory of something that happened long ago, though the precise details of what took place are not available. I believe the story fits in very well with what you want. It will also give you an opportunity to see what the most famous orators thought about the whole business of public speaking. You have often expressed to me the view that the essays which came out of my notebooks while I was still a boy or a very young man are hardly worthy of my present time of life, and the experiences I gained from all important cases I have handled, and you have therefore urged me to compose some more careful and comprehensive study of the theme. All the same, when we discuss the subject, I've noticed that we do not quite see eye to eye. For what I like to argue is that effective speaking requires extremely wide theatrical knowledge, whereas you prefer to maintain that oratory is entirely independent of systematic learning and merely depends on a special kind of natural gift supplemented by practice. I have often thought it worth trying to find out why oratory has produced a smaller number of outstanding, distinguished, and talented representatives than any other occupation. Examine and inquire anywhere you like, and you will find a whole host of people excelling in every sort of activity. And I do not mean merely trivial accomplishments, but pursuits which approach any in the world in importance. Take, for example, the Army. Anyone who had the idea of drawing up a priority list of professional careers based on usefulness and importance would obviously rank generals above orators. Yet it is an unmistakable fact that our own country alone has been able to offer almost innumerable examples of exceedingly able war leaders, but it has scarcely supplied even a minimum number of really good public speakers. A comparison with statesmen shows the same result. Individuals possessing the shrewdness and wisdom necessary to conduct the government of the state have been forthcoming in considerable quantities even in our own day, and were even more abundant in our fathers' time, and proliferated still more in the age of our ancestors, whose whole epochs, on the other hand, have failed to yield one single really good orator, and whole generations have scarcely even provided a tolerable one. Or take other pursuits involving abstruse branches of learning. Take the whole wide range of cultural studies. The results will be the same as when we were considering generals or competent senators. That is to say, you will find that all these subjects have produced a considerable multitude of first class authorities. So, this again makes one appreciate how scarce orators are and how scarce they have always been, and then consider the activity which we call by the Greek name of philosophy. You will recall that the most learned opinion identifies this as the creator and mother of every other noble art. Yet here too the distinguished practitioners have been very numerous indeed, and the diversity and scope of their studies have been correspondingly vast. I am not merely speaking about men who have devoted themselves to some single part of the field, but I am thinking of scholars whose scientific researches and logical investigations have embraced the greatest possible range they could command. Mathematics, again, are well known for dealing with exceedingly obscure questions based on an art that is recondite, complex, and rigorous. Yet this too is a branch of learning which has produced remarkable exponents in such numbers that one is sometimes tempted to think that almost everyone who has ever gone in for the subject with any seriousness at all has managed to hit whatever target he had happened to set himself. And the same is true of other subjects such as music and literature. These studies are almost boundless in scope, and yet it has been quite common for people who have really gone in for such topics thoroughly to achieve complete mastery of them. I believe I should be right in saying that if you compare all these noble arts and disciplines, and the people who gave and have gone in for them, the fields which have produced the smallest number of distinguished exponents are poetry and oratory. Anyone really good at either of these two pursuits is indeed hard to find, and when you consider who they have been, a careful review of our own record here at Rome compels one to conclude that orators are far rarer even than poets, and the same applies to the Greeks. This must be regarded as all more remarkable because, unlike other subjects which derive most of their material from specialized and hidden sources, the whole art of speaking lies open to anyone and everyone and is concerned with the ordinary life and customs and speech of mankind. Indeed, when you think of other arts, their very choicest aspects are actually those remotest from the understanding and appreciation of the uninitiated. while for orators, on the other hand, it is a major fault to depart from everyday language and the accepted usage of the community in general. And yet it would be impossible to maintain either that the devotees of other arts are more numerous or that they have deeper satisfactions, higher hopes, or more ample prizes to spur them on. I say nothing of Greece, which has always claimed to take the lead in eloquence, and I will not even refer to Athens, the birthplace of every single branch of learning, the center where oratory of the very highest kind was both invented and perfected. But in our own city, too, no pursuit has ever flourished with greater vigor than public speaking. For once our world empire was established, and enduring peace gave us some time to spare. Almost every ambitious young man felt he ought to stir himself to the best of his ability to become eloquent. At first, it is true, they were wholly ignorant of method and had no inkling that there could be such a thing as rules. Their attainments were no more than what natural ability had hard thinking were able to achieve. But then later on, when they had heard the Greek orators and learned about Greek literature and procured Greek instructors, our people became quite unbelievably keen speakers. Lawsuits abound, and they dealt with extremely important and varied issues, and this state of affairs gave the orators such incentives that whatever degree of learning any of them may have been able to acquire through his own efforts was now supplemented by extensive practice. This proved to be of great value than all the precepts of the teachers put together, and even in those days the rewards in the form of popularity and wealth and position were already as outstanding as they are now. And besides, as a great many things to go to show how our countrymen have far excelled other people in the world in natural ability. In view of all these considerations, we may well feel surprised that the entire histories of prolonged epics and profoundly varying conditions in multitudinous cities have thrown up such an extraordinary small number of able speakers. But the fact of the matter is that oratory is a much more considerable activity and depends on a far wider range of different arts and branches of study than people imagine. The trouble cannot be lack of incentive. A great number of persons want to learn how to speak. There are teachers in abundance, outstanding talent is available. The legal issues that come up display an infinite diversity, and the rewards, as I said, are truly splendid. In view of all these circumstances, there can only be one possible reason for the scarcity of speakers of any competence: the incredible vastness and difficulty of the subject. For first, one has to acquire knowledge about a formidable quantity of different matters. To hold forth without this information will just mean a silly flow of windy verbiage, and then one has to be able to choose one's words well and arrange them cleverly. It is also essential to have an intimate understanding of every emotion which nature has given to mankind. It is in the process of calming or exciting the feelings of an audience that both the theory and practice of oratory find their fullest expression. Other requirements include a certain sparkle and wit in the culture appropriate to an educated man, and a terse promptitude both in repertoire and in attack. A sensitive, civilized lightness of touch is also desirable. One's memory, too, must be capable of retaining a host of precedents, indeed, the complete history of past times, nor is it by any means advisable to be ignorant of the law and existing statutes. As regards delivery, I am sure I need not go into great deal or detail. The principal relevant factors include physical deportment, gestures of the arms, facial expression, word produ- voice production, and the avoidance of monotony. How important the last consideration is, we can see from a less serious art. I refer to the stage, For although all actors go to great points to regulate their expressions and their voices and their movements of their body, all the same it is undeniable that there are extremely few whom it is tolerable to go on watching and hearing at any length, and there has never been a time when it was otherwise. To go back to the memory, this serves as a universal treasure house, and it has to be given the safe keeping of every single aspect of the speech one is going to make, all its substance and all its words. Without this precaution, however remarkable all these items were when the orator originally conceived them, they will one and all be totally wasted. So there is no longer any need to wonder why orators are rare. They have to display a whole host of different qualifications, and to possess even a single one of them is a considerable achievement. So let us urge our sons and everyone else whose glory and reputation are dear to us to appreciate the gigantic scope and range of this activity. They must not suppose they can achieve their object by just relying on rules or on teachers or on ordinary exercises. It is not beyond their power to get where they want to, but they must use different methods altogether. I hold the view that no one can be the complete and perfect speaker unless he has learnt about all the important subjects and arts that exist, for he needs such a background in order to enrich what he says and give it depth. Unless he has all this material at his disposal thoroughly comprehended and absorbed, every word he utters will be vapid and childish. Certainly, I will not burden orators with the demand that they should be omniscient, and least of all would I insist on such a thing from our own speakers here at Rome, who have to operate amid all the bustle of city life. All the same, the term orator, as I understand it, and the art of good speaking which he professes, does seem to me to imply an undertaking and a promise that, whatever subject he is called upon to deal with, both the form and substance of his performance will attain an impressively high quality. I know most people will regard this as an immense and indeed endless undertaking. I also recall that the Greeks, who not only possessed great talents and learning, but had at their disposal ample spare time for study, have divided up the field of knowledge into separate branches. With regard to oratory, this has meant that no one individual was expected to work over the entire field by himself. For what these Greeks did was to pick out and isolate from other types of speaking the sort of speeches which are concerned with legal cases and public debates. And this was the only branch of the activity which, according to their definition, remained the orator's concern. In the present book, I shall follow their definition and deal with this judicial and deliberate kind of oratory. That is to say, I shall restrict myself to those elements which the experts, after prolonged investigations and arguments, have almost unanimously agreed to ascribe to this category of speaking. However, I do not propose to go right back to the cradle and bring out all over again that string of precepts I used to go in for when I was a boy. What I propose to do instead is to set down a discussion which took place, so I was told, a number of years ago. The participants were certain compatriots of ours who were unrivaled for their eminent position in our national affairs, and above all they possessed a unique reputation for eloquence. Not that I underestimate the guidance which Greek rhetoricians and professors have handed down to us, but their maxims have been published and made generally available, and no new version that I might be able to offer would add to the elegance and clarity with which they themselves have already set these matters out. So you will forgive me, brother, I expect, if instead of speaking about the Greeks, I devote my attention to these authoritative countrymen of our own, whom our fellow Romans have judged the greatest of our speakers. I remember being told how, when Philippus was consul, He furiously attacked the policy of our leading statesmen at the time, and the position of the tribune Drusus, who was speaking up for the Senate, seemed seriously shaken and undermined. Lucius Licinius Crassus, I was informed, took the opportunity of the Roman games to retire to his country house in Tusculum on the pretext of restoring his energies. Quintus Morsius Scaevola the Augur, the man who had formerly been his father-in-law, went there too. It is said, and so did Marcus Antonius, who was Crassus' closest political ally and personal friend. Crassus was accompanied on his journey from Rome by two great friends of Drusus, young men whom the older generation hoped would become notable defenders of the senatorial cause. One of these youths was Gaius Aurelius Cotta, who at the time was a candidate for the tribuneship. The other was Publius Silius Rufus, thought likely to stand for the same office in the following year. On the first day, this group conferred together at great length until very late in the evening. They were discussing the current crisis and the political situation in general. Indeed, that was why they had come. Later on, Cotta reported that three ex-consuls who were present spoke in truly prophetic fashion about the lamentable signs of the times. Not one of the evils that subsequently befell Rome, he declared, had they failed to foresee right on to times far ahead in the future. However, when they had completed their discussion, Crassus behaved with such charming tact that after they had finished their baths and taken their places at table, the melancholy atmosphere of the earlier conversation was completely dispelled. He made himself most agreeable and amusing. After a day which had rivaled the Senate House for solemnity, the dinner party was truly worthy of his Tusculan retreat. On the following day, Cotta continued. The older men took things quietly to begin with, and then came out into the garden walk. Whereupon Scaevola, after walking around once or twice, remarked, Crassus, why don't we imitate Socrates in Plato's Phaedrus? What reminded me of it was the plane tree of yours, with its spreading branches which cast a deep shadow over this spot, like the plane whose shade Socrates once enjoyed. Moreover, Socrates, before delivering himself of those utterances which the philosophers have exalted as divine, had proceeded to throw himself on the grass, and since the feet he relieved by so doing were very hard ones, would it not be even more justifiable for these feet of mine to obtain similar relief? Yes, certainly, replied Crassus, and let us make things more comfortable still. And so he called for cushions, and they all sat down on the seats beneath the palm tree. When they were settled according to Cotta's account, Crassus thought it would be a good thing to provide some relaxation after the serious discussions of the day before, and so he launched a debate about the profession of oratory. He began by saying that Sulpicius and Cotta needed no exhortations from himself, but on the contrary deserved his congratulations because they had already acquired a degree of skill which ranked them above their contemporaries, and which indeed invited comparison with men much older than themselves. It seems to me the most marvelous gift upon earth, he commented, to be able to employ one's powers of speech to rivet men's attention, so that their wills are subjected to one's own, and they are persuaded and dissuaded in whatever direction one wishes. In all free countries, and particularly in those enjoying peace and tranquillity, oratory has always flourished exceedingly and reigned supreme. It is one of the most striking things that can happen when all the infinite multitudes of human beings, on very rare occasions indeed, produces an individual quite in class by himself, or at most with only a very few others like him, a person who has the capacity to give truly effective expression to the gift. Besides, I can think of nothing more agreeable to the brain and ear than a speech adorned and embellished with wise thoughts and fine language, and it is indeed a uniquely impressive and an imposing experience to see the tumult of an enormous crowd. The convictions and conscientious bench of judges, the solemn judgments of the Senate, all completely transfigured by the eloquence of one single man. Think, moreover, of the power an orator possesses, power to rescue the suppliant, to raise up the afflicted, to bestow salvation, to dispel danger, to preserve citizens' rights. What in the whole world could be more noble, more generous, more princely, once you possess the perpetual access to weapons which will give you the means to defend yourself, furnish you with the opportunity to stand up for good men, enable you to challenge the enemies of your country, grant you the ability to strike back when you are attacked, then surely you are armed to perform the most necessary tasks in the world. But now, for a change, turn your gaze right away from the forum and all its law courts and public meetings and senatorial sessions. Consider your leisure hours instead. While you are enjoying these, what more agreeable and civilized occupation could you have than witty, well informed talk? The one special advantage we enjoy over animals is our power to speak with one another, to express our thoughts in words. For this reason, it is a peculiarly satisfactory experience for a man to take pleasure in conversation and seek to excel at it. He will then be exceedingly other human beings in the very respect in which human beings surpass animals. However, I must pass on to the highest achievements of human eloquence, for there is no other force in the whole world which could have been strong enough to gather scattered mankind together in one place, to transplant human beings from a barbarous life in the wilderness to a civilized social system, to establish organized communities, to equip them with laws and judicial safeguards and civic rights. I could give almost numberless illustrations, but instead I will sum the whole matter up in one brief sentence. When a consummate orator offers his listeners wise guidance, he is not merely furthering his own personal ambitions, he is also protecting the safety of a host of other people as well. Indeed, he is protecting the entire nation. So I urge you to continue as you have started, young men. You have set your hands to this occupation. Get on with it, for by doing so you will have the power to gain glory for yourselves and to do good for your friends and to perform splendid services to all those around you. Then, in this unusual, pleasant way, Scaevola started to speak. With most of what you have asserted, Crassus, he said. I am in complete agreement, and I certainly have not the slightest desire to disparage the oratorical talents or reputation either of my father-in-law Laelius or of yourself, who married my daughter. All the same, you made 2 points which I do not feel able to accept. First, your pronouncement that it was orators who first founded human communities and after their foundation often maintained them as well. And secondly, your assertion that the orator cannot restrict himself to the forum and public meetings in courts of justice and the Senate, but also obliged to achieve excellence over all the entire range of speech and culture. Human beings, we know, ceased to be scattered in mountains and woodlands and began to shut themselves up within walled cities. But no one is going to agree with you that they did all this because eloquent speakers talked them into it. Obviously, the reason why they collected together was because clever men decided that this was the best thing to do. The same applies to all the advantageous consequences that followed from establishing states and keeping them in being. These results cannot have been due just to fluent and elegant speakers. Surely the particular qualities that distinguished the people who made these decisions were wisdom and courage, not eloquence. Wise judgment, not talent as a speaker, was what enabled the great Romulus to gather together his shepherds and refugees and arrange marriages with the Sabines and suppress the hostile neighbors. Can you honestly claim that Numa Pompilius or Servius kings who made so many wonderful contributions to the development of our state possessed ever so much as one single trace of eloquence? And afterwards, too, when the kings were expelled, it is clear enough that their ejection was the work of Lucius Brutus' brain, not his tongue. And all the other events which then followed one after another were triumphs of wise planning without oratorical gifts making any contribution whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I could easily quote illustrations both from Roman and foreign history to demonstrate that men of outstandingly skillful speech have damaged communities more often than they have helped them. But let me just offer two examples. With the exception of myself, Crassus, and of Antonius here, I believe the best speakers I have ever heard were the tribunes Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus. Their father, on the other hand, possessed no talent in this direction whatsoever. Yet he had been a man of sound sense and integrity, and on a number of occasions, especially when he was censor, he had performed great services for the Republic when he had the freedom transferred to the city tribes. But it was not by any elaborate flow of oratory that he attained these results. On the contrary, he did whatever was needed by a nod and a mere word. And yet, had it not been for what he achieved, our government, which we are finding it hard enough to keep going today, would have completely collapsed long ago. The sons of Gracchus, on the other hand, were fine speakers, equipped with every oratorical qualification that nature or training could provide. Because of their father's wisdom and their grandfather's military victories, Rome, as they found it, was prospering exceedingly. Yet they managed to bring our flourishing nature to ruin, and this they did by their eloquence, which, according to your guides, states so splendidly. And then think of our ancient legislation and the customs of our ancestors. Consider, for example, the institution of augury, which over which you and I, Crossus, preside, and greatly to the national advantage. Reflect also upon all our other religious rituals and ceremonies. And what about the law, the occupation in which members of our family have so long been engaged? They certainly did not need eloquence to help them. Indeed, the whole profession of the orators has contributed nothing whatever towards the creation or comprehension or practice of legal affairs. I retain the clear impression that Servius Galba, who spoke like a god, and Marcus Aurelius Porcina, and Gaius Carbo, whom you yourself spoke successfully against in court when you were still a very young man, all remained utterly unaware of our statutes, completely at a loss in dealing with our ancestral institutions, and, in a word, thoroughly ignorant of the law. And when you yourself, Crassus, learned a law from my family, you did not pursue these studies because it was something that a speaker ought to do. You pursued them because you found the subject interesting. Then, at the end of your statement, you put forward the claim that an orator ought to be able to speak with full understanding on any subject whatsoever, and you spoke as though such a claim were perfectly legitimate. Had we not been here on your own personal territory, I should certainly not have felt prepared to put up with this. On the contrary, you would have found me taking the lead in a mass move either to oppose you by injunction or to challenge you to prove your title for having wantonly seized other people's possessions. People would have come flocking to bring lawsuits against you. First and foremost of all, the disciples of Pythagoras and Democritus, and then every other natural philosopher, too, would put it in his own individual claim. A whole host of accomplished and authoritative speakers who would assuredly lose you your deposit. Great troops of other philosophers, too, would assail you, going right back to their originator and fountainhead, Socrates himself. They would complain that you had learned nothing about what is good and evil in life, or about human emotions and conduct, or the theories about how people ought to live. It would seem to them that you had carried out no investigations on any of these subjects, and indeed that your knowledge in all these fields is non existent. Then, after this combined attack, one individual school after another would launch action after action against you. The Academy would be after you, compelling you to deny anything and everything you had said. Our friends, the Stoics, would make sure you were firmly entangled in all the snares their arguments and questionings could contrive. The Peripatetics, too, would demonstrate that the people one ought to ask for the aids and ornaments of eloquence, which you regard as the orator's special property, are themselves. And they would remind you that Aristotle and Theophrastus wrote more sensibly as well as more copiously on these subjects than all the professors of oratory put together. About the mathematicians and literary experts and musicians, I need say nothing, because it is obvious that their subjects have nothing whatever to do with oratory. So, in my view, Crassus, you have got to avoid making such sweeping and abundant claims. Surely, what you are able to guarantee is valuable enough that when you present a case in the courts, you can make it sound better and more plausible than your adversary's argument, that your speech in a public meeting or senatorial debate will carry more weight than anyone else's, and family, that you can convince intelligent listeners that you are speaking eloquently and make ignorant people believe you are speaking the truth. If you can achieve anything more than this, I am sure it will not be the orator who is doing it, but Crassus, because he happens to have some peculiar gift of his own which other speakers lack. Well, thank you for joining me for another day, and may you have many blessings. Donna de Guay, until we see you next time. Take care.